Ahoy, landlubbers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking, and welcome to a Saturday of Dorfromantik. It is currently Saturday, January 7th, 2023, the first Saturday of the year, which is exciting in that we're streaming again. We streamed some Murder by Numbers yesterday. It didn't go as bad as I expected. But yeah, it's been, like, this week was pretty rough work-wise, and productivity outside of work hours was like, ha 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 jokes. So, I didn't really get around to, like, doing any preparation to start a new game. And we'd played Dorfromantik recently, and every time I played Dorfromantik, I want to play more Dorfromantik. So I figured we would just do a little bit of that. I did want to share the anecdote that when I did briefly see my brother around Christmas, he mentioned that he will the way he described it was basically that he will sometimes watch VODs of my streams, but never watch live because he doesn't know when they are. So if somehow he's watching this, I've set up the schedule recently, so there's a thing on Twitch where you can see the schedule for when they're happening. But I don't imagine he's watching this. He's currently, no, he might be back in the continental U.S. now. I think he was supposed to get back sometime today. Either that or he's like leaving tonight and getting here tomorrow. I don't know. But he had mentioned that, like, he bought Dorfromantik because he saw me stream it. So, like, he was never in chat to discuss it. He never talked to me about it, but he saw me play Dorfromantik and he bought it. And I'm like, that's the most quintessentially Dorfromantik experience that I can imagine. And partially because I just tell everyone about Dorfromantik and tell them that they should buy it. Which leads me to my other point, which is that Dorfromantik no longer costs $9.99 US in the Steam store. It now costs $13.99 US in the Steam store, and frankly, it's still worth it, and you should still buy it even if you didn't already. Do I feel like I got away with robbery by getting it at the ground floor at $10? Maybe a little, but, you know, thus is the pirate way. But yeah, there's not really anything to recap about the game or anything along those lines, because it's not a story game. I suppose we could recap, so this is the Dorf we made on the last stream of 2022. It's not very big. I was very, like, aesthetically focused on this run, because I didn't actually want to be streaming for super long, and I got, like, a bunch of boats and trains early, and I was really excited, so I just wanted it to look nice. I never really came up with a name for this one, I don't think. But it's nice. I tweaked the audio levels on the game a bit, because, like, the game has just changed so many times in the past year, and I've only played a handful of times. And it looked like it was coming in a little hot on the playback and the mixer thing. So if you need me to turn up the music or something, let me know. But I feel like this is probably roughly a good balance. It might actually still be a little loud. So it's probably about right, would be my guess. I don't know how many saves I get. I think I'll just... It's the last one of 2022. We have to do it. Our score is terrible, though. 5,480. But look at all these trains. We got a train here. We got a train here. And that's 2 trains. But frankly, that's like 1,000 metric trains, or whatever the conversion rate is, between, like, a normal number of trains to have in a Dorf. We do have 3 boats, though. We got a boat here. And then 2 boats surrounding this cute little oval island. And then we have, like a beaver dam. It occurs to me I'm not sure if boats can go past those, but I assume that they can. Anyway, that's the Dorf. It's not huge. There's not, like, a whole lot to discuss about it. We did, I think it was last stream, we unlocked these, like, pagoda-style buildings and, like, some other biome. They just keep sneaking the stuff in between times that I play. Menu... I guess we just try again is the new one, huh? Oh, there's an early boat. That's exciting. Not as exciting as early train, mind you. What are our quests? And yeah, I left it on this from last time. So this probably looked a little weird in Murder by Numbers yesterday. I was vaguely aware of it at some point setting up, and then I definitely forgot to move it, because normally on Murder by Numbers I kind of like it a little higher. It doesn't matter. No one cares. So overachievers get like more points total, so that's like not extremely specific. Perfectionist is just like more perfect placements, not like in a row or anything. I haven't tried to do that. And then Questmaster 3, complete 100 quests in total. Well, good luck to... That's not happening anytime soon. Oh, look, we got birds. We got birds, we got a boat coming up, we got like a railroad. Everything's coming up Millhouse. I probably want it like this. I think I want the river going by the houses, but not like directly at the houses. So I'm interested to hear feedback from anyone in particular who watches my streams about what we should do in the new year. Now, originally, last year, I had actually hoped to just like make a journey out of playing through like a series of games. In particular, I had in mind playing through all the Siberia games again, which is again for me. I only played Siberia 3 on stream, but they've been making some new ones, and I feel like those would be fun to stream, even though I probably won't like them. Hello, Naynel Live. I'm reading that correctly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Happy to have you here. I assume you're a fan of Dorfromantik. This game is great. We're just getting started for the night. And I wanted to talk to people about stuff we could do. Now, normally on the channel, we play a lot of like visual novels and graphic adventure games and things that are sort of story focused is kind of generally how I think of it. There's a few series that I kind of want to do that might take a little bit longer, and I'm not sure if people are interested in like committing several months to them, or maybe we split them between games or something like that. One is Siberia, which I was just mentioning. That fits pretty nicely. I like that. Have I seen this one before? This like spooky. There's like pumpkin. There's a pumpkin, which to me is like many pumpkins because I like jack-o'-lanterns so much. And I'll never be able to articulate to you why I like jack-o'-lanterns so much, but I do. I don't remember. Oh wait, is that a Halloween boat? Maybe it just has a spooky orange light and it's a coincidence. Either way, that's cool. I want that. The abundance of like railroads and rivers early is a little awkward, to be honest, but we'll deal with that. Even though they don't match or conflict sides at all, I want to match the little orange flowers. From Wilbur Soot's stream. Found it so good you wanted to find other streamers. Well, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with Wilbur Soot's, but you're welcome here. I'm glad you enjoy the game. I'm always telling people to buy this game, including my brother, who did. Actually, I sort of told him in hindsight because he got it without talking to me. But that's funny too. Yeah. Well, no, I think I do kind of like the lake back here. I could put like a train station here maybe and link that up, but for like the moment, I kind of like limit the tiles that like don't play nice with other things because they're specific to trains or boats. That's kind of cool. I'd like to put this here, but I also want to get a higher score tonight than I did the last time we played this game. So I kind of don't want to put the trees there when I know they don't match. I just know that's wrong. Sarah, you probably play this game more often than I do at this point. In fact, you appear to be playing it now. Well, have you kept up with all the updates as they've happened? Because like that's like a thing that I always seem to just be like behind the times on them, because I mostly just play this game on stream. Mostly just because I don't have a lot of time to play games that aren't on stream. Ooh, look at how good this tile is. I don't know how I'm going to fit the middle one in there, but this is just too good. Oh, that's pretty nice, too. I don't really know what I'm going for, but like these tiles just fit really good, and I'm happy. I'm really excited about the Sakura patch. Now, was that one recently? Because I think that's what got us to, like, pagoda-style buildings last time. And that was, like, new. I unlocked that by just, like, logging in last time. I guess we should be like this. Yeah, it's like Halloween Town up there. That's fun stuff. Yeah, it's like the new one. That's good. Oh my gosh. I didn't think I'd get this tile at all, but it's immediately here. Man, this is going well. I mean, it's really early to say it's going well, but I feel like it's going well. This is not quite it. It's surprisingly close to it, but it's not it. Let's do that. Man, these fields are playing like so nice tonight. I love it. I love to see it. Got all these tiles and things. Ooh. Weird little... well, huh. Is there some reason I would, like, rather... No, that's gonna make railroad stuff, like, really complicated. It looks really silly. I think I like this, where, like, I can turn it into a river if I want to. And now the boat's going. Hey, this is a question I had while I was setting up the game. I've sort of thought about this in the past, and I don't remember how much I've specifically talked about it. Does anyone have a theory or know why the trains in this game kind of go ting-ting instead of choo-choo? My guess is that they thought any version of choo-choo would be more annoying than the little bell. But it's just, I mean, choo-choo is so iconic, you know? Yeah, we got an early boat. It was like our second or third tile. Welcome, Ditto. How's it going? Game is actually being incredibly generous so far in a multitude of ways. I want to connect this. Maybe, like, have it do its own thing? I'm acting as though I need every tile to fit perfectly, but that's mostly just because I got such a miserable score last time. I mean, I had fun. I was just, like, looking back on it, I'm like, I probably should have done better. We got a lot of time tonight. Sure. Over here, I think. I think I like that. It's not it. No. Almost what I want. That's probably fine. Unless there's something better I can do. Really, not the way I've set it up. I mean, I could, like, connect the houses and then just, like, do something else later, but I still have, like, railroad over here to do something about. I think it makes it more relaxing. I mean, I assume it's something along those lines, but there's some part of me that's like, the train does not go choo-choo, but it is a choo-choo train. The same effect, but it looks a little nicer with the pinks combining. Speaking of choo-choo, although we still need the actual choo-choo train. I mean, I could put this here and try to keep the perfect streak going, but that's not one of my active quests, and I feel like I would much rather have this here than really any other place I could put it. These ones are fine, but I don't really know what I want to do. I prefer this. Windmill. So I guess I want the river to come this way? That seems fine. Playing Mahjong and got absolutely censored and I'm giving up for the night. Yeah, I've definitely been there in games before, plenty of times, ditto. But I'm glad to have you here. How have things been? Feel like with the holidays I did not see you around much, and then it's the new year, and I just want to know how everyone's doing. And at some point, got to figure out what to do. Now I'll say one of the things I was thinking of doing maybe is like a interim game. Yes, should go up here. I keep forgetting I like have it. Yeah, it looks good. One of the things I was thinking of doing as like an interim game is just Stray. I still haven't played Stray. I know it's like old news or whatever, but I feel compelled to try and play the game because they made like a Heavy Rain mod where instead of meowing, your cat says Jason. And I feel like I am doing an injustice to everyone if I don't stream the game with that. Like, I feel like I should probably play Stray, but if I play Stray, it should be on stream, and I should be shouting Jason. Because, for those of you who are new... Jason! It's literally the first button on my soundboard. Is button 1 of sound effects is Jason. It was the thing that made me want to add sound effects for channel point redemptions. Holidays were fine. Doing well with holiday weight gain, and then New Year's happened. Hey, you know what? That's still like half the battle, though, Ditto.
Forever.
Yeah, just have fun with it. I'm glad Yikes Forever is on there. It's my mom's favorite. She said multiple times over the holiday that she had to stop herself from saying Yikes Forever in response to things because she thought people would think she was unintentionally insulting them or something. At least that last part was implied. I'm just gonna put this here. It doesn't look good, but I don't know what else to do with it because it didn't seem like it was gonna fit here. Hey, hold on a second, would you? You keep making sound effects. I got something. We have something coming up. It's a certain tile that I said yesterday that there was something my sister got me that I wanted to show off, and part of the reason I wanted to play Dorfromantik tonight because it's choo-choo time. Okay. Even stronger than my mom. Alright. This is a Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway hat from some special Disney World thing. I don't know where my sister gets all the Disney things, but she has all the Disney access to stuff with her special club membership that I'm never sure how much I'm supposed to talk about, because I know that there are limitations for her, and she just has Disney magic powers, but we gotta train, so we need the engineer hat. Okay. But yeah, like, Stray was like a thing on the other sound effect, like train ding. Is train ding... Train ding would be a little tricky to get, wouldn't it? No, you could use creative mode to just get one train and then max out the volume. And any game that lets you adjust like music and sound effects independently, you can usually get a clean sound effect from. But sometimes you have to be creative. I'm still mad that like you can't do that in 12 minutes. Like, is train ding like a strong enough positive that you think it makes the point? Like, I get what you mean, but I feel like it's just like such a subtle sound, even at like a higher volume. Chocolate fondue pot. Ah, yeah, and you tried everything in the fondue pot. That tracks. Were there any surprise successes or failures from the chocolate fondue pot, Ditto? But yeah, so like Stray was like an interim one. I was thinking about like playing through the Siberia series. One thing I really want to do is I want to play through the remasters of the Telltale Sam & Max games. Like, I basically want to do all the Sam & Max games. Like, Sam & Max Hit the Road, the original one, is like one of my favorite adventure games of all time. It's extremely weird, though. And, like, I really remember liking the Telltale ones at the time. They were literally the first games that Telltale made as a developer, and, I'm I'm kind of interested to revisit them because I have not played them since like college. But they've been getting remasters, but they only did the first like 2 seasons, which is basically the first 2 of the 3 games that they did. And like it feels weird to me to like play the first 2 and then like play the old version of the third game. So like you have to wait for that, I guess. Yeah, I'm really digging spooky vibe. I covered taquitos for 20 out of 10 hit last year. That's good. Yeah, I definitely see how that turns the tables on successful weight battle. But like, I really thought I was gonna do worse over the holidays. I mean, I had lots of desserts, but there were also days where I ended up eating really light and I don't know, I was a little more active than I expected to be, which was like literally not at all. So I don't know. That could have gone worse, and also I felt like. So this is where the spookiness ends, huh? Since I got home, I figured like I might feel like, oh man, I feel so like heavy and bloated from all the holiday eating, but like I feel like good. I honestly feel like somehow I lost weight, which probably isn't true, but at least it means I don't feel gross. River House. River House is almost something. Yeah, I like this. I want as many houses in the spooky zone as possible. These, like, irregular lake tiles are so weird to me. Oh no, you got food poisoning between Christmas and New Year's, Sarah, so you're net positive. I mean, that's a silver lining for sure. I'm sorry that happened. I have to take a picture of them for Neko. You think that chocolate-covered taquitos have a specific name? Is that like an established thing? Is that food canon? I kinda just want to make this swampy? I don't know why. Perfect tile with a train rolling over it. Choo-choo. The trees over on the same side. Maybe they'll be friends someday. I don't know. I really like the look of this. It's obviously not a perfect tile, but it kind of makes me want to wrap this river back all the way around to the swamp or something like that. Oh, you mean that she would have words as in like a strongly worded letter style of words about American food. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I still remember the extended arguments that she would have with K-Mac about how, like, Pop-Tarts were his favorite food. First time in about 10 years for food poisoning? That's pretty good. I think the last time I got food poisoning was July of last year. I'm not 100% sure, but I went to like a restaurant for like the 3rd time since 2020, and it was expensive, and I felt terrible like the whole next day, and it wasn't like the worst food poisoning I've ever had, but like my suspicion is that it was the result of food poisoning. Bling bling. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making this up as I go along. Nice when he says, do not wear jeans over the holidays because the tiny calories love to sew your jeans smaller. This chocolate covers Bugle and they called Smash. And actually, I don't know, like right around the start of the holiday season, I was like on the verge of like going down a belt notch because I've been trying to lose weight. I gotta stop like mentioning that in streams. Like it's a thing that affects a lot of my life, but I feel like I sound like such a jerk when I just like talk about it. Wow, can you imagine that if I wanted that there? I mean, I guess if I placed the previous tile there, that would have worked, but it's not what I... Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. And, like, I was concerned. I figured I was in, like, okay shape, because it's like, well, I'm in, like, good shape, and then, like, the holidays are gonna happen, and then, like, I'll be back to square one. But, like, I feel like I'm, like, at least neutral there. Which is why I'm, like, pleased about my status. So I know that not a lot of you necessarily know all that much about some of these adventure games that I mentioned as things that I want to do. I can essentially guarantee that you would like to see Sam & Max. I don't know that all of you would love it, but I feel like generally it would be liked by the people who watch my streams. Replaying through Siberia would be interesting because the first Siberia game is actually, like, historically really significant because it was, like, the first major graphical adventure game release for, like, 10 to 15 years or something, and, like, rejuvenated the industry. And it was, like, a huge deal, and I think it won, like, a ton of awards. And it's still, like, good, but, like, it's really janky. And I think part of that is, I think it's not natively English. I don't remember what country made it, but I think it's... I don't remember. I'll just say the wrong thing. But then, like, even in its own right, when the second one came out, it was, like, definitely worse. And then, like, well, several of you saw the third one, and I don't think it's good at all. So, like, it would be one of those things where I sort of subject myself to it, playing through the whole series again. But, as I mentioned previously, I think technically 2 Siberia games have come out since 3. Or, no, that's not accurate. I think there's, like, a spin-off, and then they're making 4 or something like that, which is mind-boggling to me, because I'm like, who bought 3? Who bought 3? I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who did. And I didn't have favorable things to say about it. Really, like, I want to build this out here, but then what do I do about this railroad? That's probably good. There's something, like, really weird about... There's, like, a wrong side of the tracks vibe. Yeah, we were stopped on 2020 for a minute there. There's definitely, like, a wrong side of the tracks vibe where it's like, ah, look, the idyllic pastel-colored houses. And then, like, spooky Halloween city. This tile in particular is kind of funny to me, because you can, like... When you have, like, water in this configuration, you could just put, like, a little wet bean on your tile if you want to. You can connect it to other stuff and it looks normal, but you could just have a little wet bean on your tile that doesn't connect to anything. Someone told you... Like, I mean, like, basically, like, Sam & Max is, like, a cornerstone of, like, people who have sense of humor and have at least some interest in adventure games. That's not to say that there aren't extremely baffling things that would frustrate a normal person trying to solve the puzzles in, like, Sam & Max Hit the Road in particular, which is the one I remember a little better, since I've played it more recently. But, like, it is a comedy game that actually succeeds at being funny most of the time, and is just, like, this highly cartoonish, like, ridiculous world that, like, I feel like if you like my sense of humor, you are likely to enjoy Sam & Max. Which is why I'm like, I feel like basically you will want me to stream it. I just don't know when that is. No, another one on the list is like the new Monkey Island game came out last year, which I still haven't played, but Demolition gifted to me when it came out. Wow, this would be a terrible thing for me to do. Like, what good would that do? No, you know what? I'm committed to it. We'll figure that out together, or fail to do so. But... Like, Monkey Island's kind of a weird one. I didn't actually play Monkey Island when I was younger, because it came out, like, too early. Like, a lot of the LucasArts adventure games that I played, like, a bunch of when I was a kid, came from these, like, sort of not exactly, but like roughly equivalent to like Game of the Year kind of repacks, where it was just sort of like these were popular LucasArts games from like the early '90s, um, and like I think Monkey Island was like one of the earlier LucasArts ones, and so like it like just predated those sorts of things. I've played some of them. I don't think I've played all of them because I think for a while some of them were kind of difficult to like find or get running. And I think in like the digital download age and good old games and all that, like I could probably get access to some of those. I think I want this, although I'm still not sure what goes there. I mean, if I really thought about it, I probably know, but I am not thinking of it. I still need... Oh, does this do... This almost does what I want here. It's almost a little bit does that. It doesn't really do any of that. It's fine. Sure. That looks okay. This is like its own little neighborhood or something. Two houses both alike in dignity, but on opposite sides of a decorative hex. I mean, I kind of want to put it there. Ooh, wait, no, I'll put it here. That's where to put it. Wow. Okay. Now I like where we're going with this. So I'm gonna have the river wind back to here and then extend it maybe up and around, but probably not, because I always say I'm going to do stuff like that, and I don't actually accomplish those goals for various reasons. Sure. This connects to the forest, and then maybe I build another field here if I need it. But then I have this situation, and I don't really know where I want that, which is to say I kind of don't want it anywhere. So yeah, I don't even know what people's feeling is on like playing through a series, but there were a few I wanted to do. Another one we were talking about in the Discord that like a lot of people seem to have interest in is The Dig, which is another game of significance to me. The Dig is a game that is both great and terrible, but like both in the best ways. Like I love The Dig, but like some parts of The Dig are so incredibly stupid, but usually in just like the best way. There's a lot of interesting things about The Dig. It has like one of the most annoying like literal puzzles in an adventure game that come to mind. I'm sure that there are worse examples of like figurative puzzles. There may even be worse examples of literal puzzles, but there's a thing that you have to assemble like a puzzle, and the game doesn't really give you a sense of exactly what it's supposed to be. Like you get like a hint, but it's not an extremely good hint, so it's really easy to spend just a staggering amount of time assembling this puzzle, and boy is it just rough. It's just a rough experience. Can I not have this tile instead? Is that an option? No? Okay. I really don't like that. Maybe... Sure? That's better than I thought I'd get from that. I was just about to say, I don't really know why I'm continuing to build out these houses, but now I do. It's because here's the quest. I'll leave the trees on one side so I can do something else with those if needed. Although it does hide some of those delightful jack-o'-lanterns. Do I have place where I want forest and plains in this fashion, other than a green-white Magic the Gathering deck. Ooh, nope, that's kind of the opposite. That works, though. No, ooh, hang on. Look at it! Look at the glory of this. Behold. Oh, and we got this. That all looks very good. There's just like no way to have a good tile here, huh? I've been trying like much too hard, and now it just isn't anything. That's okay. I have almost like a perfectly blank tile here, right? I think these are all like blank edges with no houses touching it. That's such a weird occurrence. Some sort of notification on my watch. So of those things I've been discussing, is there anyone here who has strong feelings for or against anything in the short term? I mean, if people are interested in Stray, which it seems like they are, that's something I'd like to do relatively soon. Just like before it's like a thing that nobody cares about at all. I realize I'm already kind of late to the Mario party on that one. Sure, I guess? I mean... this, I guess? You don't have to send me a copy. That's not what we're doing here. We're not fishing for demolition to send me things. I appreciate the offer, but you do not need to do that. You finally beat it. Is that the one you got like set back on twice yesterday, Alcadius? Okay, I'll try to set up Stray. If anyone has a insight or lead on setting up that mod, that might help. But I imagine I can figure that out. Probably. Maybe. Look at this tile! Look, it's the right tile! Okay, now here's an important question. Is what do we do with this wet train station? Because, like, obviously I could connect it to, like, anywhere around here. But it kind of feels like it might be more useful here. It was originally, my idea was, like, when I put this weird, like, water tile here, I didn't think I'd find something like this, and I figured I would need a train station to merge them. Do we like this here? Do we like it... well, it's like... I don't know what I would do down here otherwise. It probably should just be this. I mean, I could... like, I haven't gotten, like, a lot of railroads for a minute, so I could just, like, attach it there. I guess the only other thing that would work here would be, like, another, like, tight curved rail. Yeah, I think I like this, too. And then we can, like, I don't know, put, like, a... if we get one of those, like, dead-end rails or something, we could put it here, and that'd be kind of funny. Just, like, a weird little roundabout. Which, it's kind of like those... they always had them on, like, Thomas the Tank Engine. I feel like I've never seen one in real life. Which makes sense, because I don't, like, hang out at a lot of, like, train depots. But it's one of those things that, like, as a young kid, I somehow convinced myself, like, obviously, as an adult, you must see that all the time, because they're always showing trains hanging out in them, in Thomas, and that's what the real world is. It's Thomas the Tank Engine. Perfect. It's almost it. That seems okay. Trees are, like, close to touching if I want them to. This one wants exactly 10, not 10 plus, so it, like, fails over there. Hmm. If I build houses further south, that's still spooky. This would, however, be like directly next to where the railroad needs to go, which like might be a problem, but it might be kind of awesome. Yeah, I kind of just want a big spooky clock tower by the railroad, I think. Okay, so another question to you, chat. Zacula, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Happy New Year. How you doing? Now, do we want this curved river bit to connect this wet train station to this confusing bean structure, or do we just like continue to make this roundabout river that will confuse all the boat captains? I'm kind of leaning towards this. Alright, how were the holidays? The holidays were pretty good. Definitely appreciated the time off. Definitely didn't appreciate the time going back to work this week. It was pretty bad. But it's been a mostly good week. And grateful I got to see my niece and nephew for longer than I've ever seen them total lifetime during my time off. And got to spend some time with the family and watch like a bunch of like Christmas movies that would make other humans want to kill themselves, which is what I'm here for, that level of Christmas cheer. I'm committing to this. Trees. I'm getting all these like trees with like fields on them that I don't care for. You sure? No, that's not it. That's not what I want. The opposite any good? Not. No. Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna have a dead end, I'd rather have it look like this. No, I need field with single house, not forest with single house. I don't think I need forest with single house for anything. Okay, I lied, I do, but it's not positioned correctly. We're also trying to figure out stuff to stream. And it sounds like if I can get it working by next Saturday, we'll probably start playing modded Stray. So I'm excited for that. Partner and I kind of stayed home, invited a couple friends, and had a secular gay Christmas. You know, that's a Hallmark movie title they haven't used yet. I should add that to the master list. Just kidding. I hope you had a good time with your secular gay Christmas, which is just a great name for a thing, frankly. I get so distracted when I find one of these tiles that's, like, definitely not what I want. That's probably good enough. Ooh, look at these wet tiles. Huh. So I could do that. Could do something like this. Have like a big, like full lake tile coming up that I don't have a particular place for. I mean, I guess I could connect it like up here or something. It's really the only two places I have water right now, and I don't particularly have need to add lake anywhere else. That fits pretty well. But, like... So I think if I did this, what I would want to do is, like, curve specific rivers to connect them together. Because I really just want this to be a super windy, unpleasant place to go. But then where do I put this lake? It's kind of, like, too big and too good to be part of the windy river. Maybe it's not. It's kind of like between like the spooky aesthetic and like the large group of water with the dark like grass tiles. It got kind of like a swamp vibe going. So maybe it just wants another big, damp, dark pool. You know, I've had Spider-Man Miles Morales for probably like 2 years and I still haven't played it. I don't even think it's a long game. I did start playing Pokemon Violet, which I expected to hate and like a great deal. So I do recommend that. Looking forward to fitting in some more of that sometime before the end of the weekend, although probably not much, and certainly not as much as I would like. A Pokemon, that is. My sister said on her Discord that she's streaming Pokemon Violet tomorrow. I'm excited to see how that goes. What do we do, chat? Do we want like big pools together, or do we want to like make a big lake out here? We could sort of we could kind of have like the best of all worlds and like link curving rivers together and then still have them curve out, but then maybe build like a big comical body of water. I kind of like that idea. It's kind of weird that this tile is ostensibly entirely water, but if you rotate it, you get different features for some reason. I mean, I kind of hate how this field looks here. I'm gonna put this somewhere else. Sure. Okay, if I ever have to put throwaway water tiles, I'll connect them to this river and the weird whatever's happening down here. But I did see that I had a much more aesthetically appealing version of that same curved river coming up, so I did that instead. This is like Miles Morales more than the 2018 Spider-Man, but probably because you're not into comics, so Miles and his whole story were entirely new. That seems fair. I only have like passing familiarity with Miles Morales. He was in after Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions was like a quote-unquote big game for my YouTube channel when I was still doing like I was like unemployed and like using time to make solo YouTube content. And so like for a little while I went on this is nice. I want this here. I was on a kick of just like playing all the Spider-Man games that I could find, and Miles Morales is in Shattered Dimensions, I think, right? And he... No, hold on. That's Amazing Spider-Man. Is he... I think Miles Morales is Spider-Man 2099, or am I misremembering that? I think that's right, but gosh, it's been so long that I have to like really think about that, and then I'm still not entirely sure, which is embarrassing. Perfect. Mostly perfect. That's fine. Or I could do a little better, I guess. That field looks bizarre. Did I finish that like small house quest? No, it's like down there. Is this helpful? Oh, it wants like 1,000,000 houses. I think I want this, because I want this as a reminder that I can't really build any further than this point. Yeah, that sounds right, Demolitions. The cyberpunk, edgy, angry Miles Morales compared to the more contemporary, younger depictions. I think that's always thrown me with the depictions that became popular with Into the Multiverse and stuff. So I was kind of more used to that version of him, but that all makes sense. Why do I keep getting this specific tile? It's like literally the same tile that I'm going to connect this to, I guess. Ooh, no, this looks better. surrounded by fields. I think I'm going to connect this here just because I would like to think of this field as being closed on this edge. Yeah, I suppose that's right. It's roughly equivalent to, like, Batman Beyond, but for Spider-Man. Side note, Miles' mom, is she looking to remarry? Lol. Exactly. Your fictional character romantic conquests are always fascinating to me. This turns out to be nothing. Sure. Will this connect these in the way I want? It will. Now I wish I had that. No, I guess I need 2 fields for this middle thing to be perfect. This is hot take. The what if Batman and Superman were evil and killed people are always by far the least interesting version of those characters. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. I feel like, I mean, for one thing, I feel like Superman really only functions as a character if he's, like, relentlessly good. Because, like, even if he's, like, a little morally gray, like, it just kind of doesn't make sense. The alternative is to go, like, full dark, but, like, I don't think DC Comics is genuinely willing to do... Like, the other side of the coin is basically, the guy from The Boys. What's his name? I want to call him the Patriot. That's clearly wrong. The, like, main guy from, like, the 7 in The Boys. Homelander. Thank you, Zacula. Like, Homelander's interesting because he's super evil and he has something interesting to say about, like, systemic injustice as, like, a fictional character. But, like, just being like, oh man, what if Superman was bad, like, doesn't lead to anything. Because, like, what if Superman were bad? He'd kill a bunch of people because he didn't have morals. That's it. That's the end of story. That's literally it. That's the whole story there is. It's one of those things that, like, kids think is, like, really interesting in theory, but if you, like, try to do it for real, there's no material and it's dumb and boring. Like, that's what it is. Batman's, like, a little bit more complicated, but I still generally agree that, like, you're better off with the narrative restrictions that he's a good guy who doesn't just do whatever he wants. Because otherwise, then he just kills people and that gets what he wants. Like, it's just not that interesting. There's not much depth to it, I don't think. Also, hi Mom, what are you doing here? How's it going? I was not expecting to see you this evening. And I'm really not making much progress on this Dorf. Mostly because, like, every couple tiles I just get something that I have, like, absolutely no space for. And I can't decide if that's because something I'm doing or if I'm getting, like, unlucky or some third thing. I don't know. Yeah, why not? Ooh, I can, like, almost box that. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that. If I get a perfectly blank tile, it can go in there. It's not that useful, but I can do it. Yeah, that's kind of getting at that, Zacula. I do feel like I think you can technically do a Batman that kills. I still don't think it's super interesting, but I think I'm a little biased in that, you know, like, I kind of like Batman more cartoony. Like, the more that, like the DC cinematic universe has, like, pushed harder and harder on, like, super dark, gritty Batman, the less I've tended to like him. I did kind of like the Robert Pattinson one, but like kind of begrudgingly, and it still had issues. There was like good stuff about it, but also like bad stuff about it. This is probably fine. Apparently can't shape this such that the houses touch. I think I want this, because I want this river to be as just, like, visually unpleasant as possible. This take was better than Bales if you take the whole trilogy into account. I do definitely feel... Well, I have the hot take that I think Dark Knight is overrated. I think there are a lot of things that Batman Begins does better than Dark Knight. I do agree with the majority of people that Dark Knight Rises was, like, not particularly good. It's kind of fun to watch once, but I have no desire to ever watch it again. It's not the sort of thing that I, like... Another of my hot takes is that I think The Last Jedi is just hot, terrible garbage. And so, like, that's the type of movie that I come away from that being, like, kind of mad that I watched the movie. Which is pretty hard to do, which is part of why I feel so strongly about it. But, like, I don't feel that way about Dark Knight Rises, I just think it wasn't particularly good. I mean, I agree with you, Zach, in a logistical sense, that it makes more sense for Batman to be, like, a weird loner recluse than a well-to-do playboy. Because, like, there's not enough hours in the day to do both. But, like, that's... Not that I'm super attached to the Playboy thing, but, like, I think that's kind of the fun comic booky element of it. Is that, like, it's like a fantasy, right? Is that, like, you can be a superhero and then also be, like, a cool, popular guy. Like, that's what I think that comes from. Like, I don't think it's, like, totally essential for Batman to be that, but, like, I feel like that's a cool thing about Batman. I don't know what I'm doing with these fields, but the game just keeps giving me fields. You've unfortunately seen The Last Jedi twice. That is sad. I'm really sorry that happened, Demolition. But, like, so when Kevin Conroy recently passed, rest in peace, I went back and watched a little bit of the old 90s animated series, and I found that, at least in the early episodes, because I didn't get too far before, like, I just got distracted by a bunch of life stuff and didn't feel like I had time to keep going through it. One of the things I was really liking in those early episodes is that, like, Batman would leverage Bruce Wayne to, like, do investigation. Like, he would find out that some, like, secret science lab somewhere was doing something suspicious but didn't know the details. And so then he would, like, show up as Bruce Wayne and act like a total dunce so that nobody suspected that he was Batman studying them to fight crime. And, like, it led to these fun scenes that also advanced the narrative in a way that, like, recent Batman doesn't do at all. And it's like, that stuff is, like, fun Batman stuff to me. I would like to see more Batman stuff like that, instead of it just being pitch black and sad. And again, like, I don't hate... What was the Pattinson one called? Was that just The Batman? It's a title they've liked to use more recently, and I don't know what the origin of that is, but I think it was called The Batman. Like, most of my issues are that, like, the script was just kind of bloated. Like, that movie, like, definitely could have trimmed some fat and, like, tightened up some narrative beats and, like, would have been a better product. But, like, it was good, it just had problems. They weren't, like, terrible, but, like, it had issues. But, like, I still personally would prefer for Batman to be a little more fun and, like, more interesting. I mean, like, a lot of people... I've seen people, like, discuss this online and say that, like, one of the issues with a lot of more modern Batman content is that he's not actually, like, a detective at all. And, like, literally, Batman is derived from a comic series called The World's Greatest Detective. And, like, yeah, you can reinvent him over time, but, like, I just kind of feel like we've lost some of the roots of, like, what made Batman interesting, at least to me. You know what take on Batman you really enjoyed? The Telltale Batman game. I have played it. It did crash my PS4 at a certain point, which was fun. There's some scene where you're trying to break out of Arkham Asylum with the Joker or something. There's like a big riot going on. And for some reason, I don't know if it's a known bug or something that just happened to me, it like could not render some like background character, so it just rendered like a floating eyeball and teeth. And I was like really confused and upset by it, and then my PS4 crashed, and then it restarted the scene, and then he was a normal person. I was like, oh, I get it now. But like, yeah, I did actually really like the Telltale Batman. I mean, it was a little simplistic in ways, but like, I feel like it was a good concentrated Batman story, and it was also still in the realm of like Telltale stories that like reasonably adapted source material. Lucian says, I do not like and did not like the detective angle in the Arkham series. I've played only a limited amount of the Arkham series. I don't think it was bad. I just eventually found it kind of tedious. I think I like made it most of the way through the first one, and then just like didn't feel like I needed to play two more. Low-tech Batman is inherently cooler. I think that's kind of mostly true. It's a little difficult because like bat gadgets are also like very intrinsic to the DNA of Batman. But like if by low tech you just mean that like he doesn't have like a single gadget that like specifically solves every single problem because he's like Xanatos gambited his way to the end of the plot, like that I'm inclined to agree with for sure. And I definitely agree with that with Spider-Man. Like another of my hot comic book takes, which I guess is what this whole stream is about, is that like I loathe the MCU adaptation of Spider-Man. I just absolutely hate that like he has this weird daddy attachment to Iron Man and he just wants to be Iron Man, and like he feels like he can only succeed by having Iron Man technology. Like I absolutely hate it with a strong passion. I really don't like that angle at all. It takes so much away of what's actually cool and interesting about Spider-Man, which is that he's an incredibly intelligent young man given this power that can change the world for the better and help people, but he, like any like young person in the transitional period of their life, doesn't know the right thing to do and is paralyzed by the responsibility that he is afforded by his ability to change the world. Like, that is, like, what Spider-Man is. That is a very interesting, relatable story. Having an Iron Man obsession is not an interesting story. Like, if you want to make, like, an Iron Man side character like that, cool, I guess. But, like, that is not for me, and it annoys me. And I've complained to, like, mostly every person I know about this. Because I have needlessly strong feelings about mostly everything. Just can't stand Tom Holland. Like you tried to watch the Uncharted movie. Let me punctuate that sentence right there, Zacula. That might have been a separate problem of you tried to watch the Uncharted movie. I mean, I haven't watched it, but like, boy, did it not look good to me. It's fun. Although, in fairness to you, I don't know that I'm a huge Tom Holland fan. I don't think I would have cast him for Spider-Man, but my bigger issue with MCU Spider-Man is the writing. And, he gets so angry, blacked out, woke up 3 weeks later in Kansas covered in blood and chicken feathers. But, like, is that weird for you? I don't want to, like, make any assumptions, though. Doesn't help that you don't care much for Marky Mark. Can you explain to me why you watched the Uncharted movie? It feels like you just definitely shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I think I want this here. Look at how terrible this river is. I really enjoy it. It's not good, but like intentionally not good. I don't know what I'm doing over there. Not weird, but not a regular thing. Okay, that's more or less what I would have guessed. So, like, I'm not sure. Sure, like that, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure if I meant to take it as, like, that being a direct result. Like, it feels like that might be coincidental, that happened, and that might not have been directly related to your hatred for Tom Holland. The MCU started strong and quickly rested on its laurels. Iron Man was a flawed breath of fresh air that got stale instead of being fresh innovation. I think that's a simplification, but I think largely that's probably defensible, and I think that a large number of people feel that way whether or not they're able to articulate it. I feel like the MCU is definitely in, like, a struggle position and, like, doesn't really know what it's doing. And, like, now is in, like, the unenviable position of, like, it really doesn't seem like they can win with diehard comic fans or casuals with, like, anything that they're trying to do. Which they've kind of brought on themselves, don't get me wrong. Yeah, just these tiles are suddenly just, like, not it. I should just connect this here. Nothing to gain from that. Sure, like that, I guess. Still better than Star Wars on the whole. Oh, please don't get me started on Andor. Please don't do that to me today. If I have to listen to another person tell me that Andor is, like, the best Star Wars they've ever seen, I'm gonna, like, throw a fit. Like, tell me you've never seen, like, much of Star Wars without telling me you've never seen much of Star Wars. I think I needed that tile. No, I didn't. It's slightly different than the thing I wanted. Is this something? It says, I do agree with your take on writing for MCU Spider-Man, though. I've seen bits and pieces, and it seems like 70% of the screen time is dedicated to Peter whining about Dad Stark. It's probably an exaggeration, but it always feels that way to me. And, like, it's just not satisfying. Like, he's not his own character. Like, even, like, imagine it this way. Let's not imagine a superhero. Let's just imagine, like, a drama story. And consider that your main character's whole thing is that his dad died. That's it. That's his whole character. He just can't get over the fact that his dad died. And it's not, like, a struggle to, like, figure out how to live without his dad, who was formative to him and who he loved very much. He's just kind of upset that he isn't his dad and that his dad died. And then, like, all of his character actions are about the fact that his dad died. Would that be, like, interesting to watch? I feel like it generally wouldn't, unless there's some, like, weird spin or take that's not disclosed that you did. And my impression, my feeling after watching the MCU Spider-Mans is we didn't do that, and we just did the thing I described, and it wasn't great. Now, I will admit that I liked No Way Home. The naming convention is bad. The third one, but, like, mostly just because it's fan service for the Spider-Man movies that were more fun to watch. I didn't even really like the Amazing Spider-Man movies that much, but, like, after being so mad about MCU Spider-Man, I was still pretty excited to see Andrew Garfield, who I didn't particularly like as Spider-Man. Yeah, exactly, Thacula. Like, your dad died and you didn't make it your whole personality. I'm sorry that happened, and I'm sure that it was traumatic and difficult, but, like, it doesn't consume literally every aspect of your person and your day every day. I'm so tempted to ask you the question I want to ask Demolition, but it's such a bad idea because I know what will happen. Let me just put it this way. I do not understand what's good about Andor. Like, it's not... There's so many times where I'm like, I feel like this thing is overrated. And I watch Andor and I'm like, people like this? I wouldn't say it's the worst Star Wars thing, but that's mostly because we made The Last Jedi. It's kind of a thing. That's probably better. Is it? I'm never going to find a good top for the middle. I'd prefer to have the field facing there. I'm like not really paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm just ranting. But I figure some amount of you came here for that. That's kind of what the more aimless stream is about. But okay, so like post Stray, unless you have like more things you want me to rant about. So we're gonna try to set up Stray to play with the Jason mod. Sure. What type of game do we want to play after that? New Trilogy did give us Rogue One spin-off. Wait, are you saying you also liked Rogue One? And that sounds more critical than I mean it to, but like I also really hated Rogue One. Why is that movie so long and why doesn't it have any characters in it? Only good thing on the whole. Wow, we have very different takes on that trilogy. Although, in fairness, the thing I mainly liked was Force Awakens, and I understand the criticism of that, and it's pretty valid. So, yeah, to be clear, I mean, at least for the immediate future, Fridays would probably still be Murder by Numbers. I'd like to finish that game, and putting it on hiatus again without good reason seems like a bad idea. So we kind of have humor in that, although, admittedly, the story pacing in that game is very slow because you do several puzzles in a row, and then you get, like, a couple jokes about drag queen life, and then it's back to puzzles for a while. So it's fair to say, like, Sam and Mac. What JRPG would we play, Ditto? And keep in mind that, like, I'm not... Like, I like JRPGs. I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of streaming them, but I don't know that they are necessarily a good fit for my, like, stream brand because they end up taking a really long time typically to beat. And I feel like, historically, when I play long-form things that don't have, like, really engaging, insane things to react to on a regular basis, people tune out after, like, 4 or 5 weeks. Which is not a criticism of anyone. Like, that's, like, a kind of a reasonable response to have if you're not digging the thing. I'm just saying, like, that has happened pretty regularly with things that aren't just, like, story all the time. We'll pay $10 million to play Disco Elysium. Obviously, that's not legally binding, Zacula. It's on my to-do list. I don't know... Like, how long is a play... I know the playthroughs can be very dramatically different. How long is that game? Reminiscing on Eternal Sonata. I appreciated your reference yesterday about seeing the world through curved glass. I hadn't thought about that one in a minute. I mean, I kind of don't want that. Where else would I put this? Fine, I guess you can go here. 2 minutes to 40. I know it could be, like, super short. Like, I know it's possible to just, like, die immediately. Or, like, air quotes, die or whatever. Like, I know the game can be super short. 40 hours, huh? I mean, like, I've always had reservations about streaming it largely, but, I mean, it helps now that it has voice acting. I was, like, really... When it first came out, despite, like, some of the reviews and some of the things that, like, led me to think that I would like the game, I had two concerns. One, personally think that the art style is kind of off-putting. I seem to be in a minority about that. Weirdly, even my brother, who doesn't play many video games, was talking about playing Disco Elysium and how much he specifically liked the art style, and I was like, huh. So, like, the fact that it's, like, voice acted helps the fact that, like, it is an incredibly text-heavy game, which was my other concern. Which was, like, I mean, I don't think that I could reasonably do all that reading and still keep that part of it entertaining while streaming. Like, that sounds bad. But now that it has voice acting, like, that shouldn't be a concern, but I'm still not totally sure. I mean, I guess there's enough people who are in my chat that tell me to play it that they would actually watch it. Ocean says, I tried the Shadowrun trilogy for stream and could not do reading for everyone. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be honest. My sister played through at least one of those games on stream and, like, did not commit to reading everything. She was very much more playing it than sort of, like, streaming it, in a sense. Which, like, is fine. But I could not follow what was going on and, like, really mentally tuned out after a while. I was like, I don't know what's happening, and I don't know any of the characters, and I don't get it. I think I want this here because look how janky it makes the river. You streamed the Shadowrun trilogy and committed to reading everything, Zacula? You lost your voice multiple times. Yeah, I believe it. I have at least a vague sense of how much, like, text is in those games. It's not trivial. This is the... No, it's not the same tile touching itself. That's weird. I don't know what this railroad's doing, but it has a bunch of spooky houses nearby. Zach, have you streamed recently? I went and double-checked, like, a couple weeks ago to make sure I wasn't missing notifications. And it said I should be getting them, but, like, I don't necessarily trust Twitch. Conversation trees that would take nearly an hour. Oof. And might I add, a doof. This is so close to the thing I want. I haven't done anything with this forest, huh? Oh, that's exactly what I want there. Great. What? Forgot they made, like, a new sound effect for that. Katie says, yeah, streaming RPGs can be hard. After streaming, like, 100 hours of Digimon and voicing basically the whole game, I was like, okay, I need to take a break. Yeah, I mean, like, when I did, Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, like, I was originally just playing that game for fun, and people were, like, interested in seeing it, so I started streaming it. And, like, that game has, like, there's, like, a certain point in that game where, like, all of the side quests are just, like, unbelievably redundant, and it was like, I feel obligated on some level to keep doing these, but they're also just, like, genuinely filler and a waste of time. And I have these conflicted emotions, and, like, at a certain point, I'm like, I would like to stop doing these, but I'm not committed to just being like, be gone, I'm done with you, or whatever. Oh no, I needed that there. I had the right tile and I just did bad. Oh no. Wait a minute, this is still a Halloween zone? Why are there, like, beige houses with pink roofs? Anyway, this fits good there, I like it. River. Like river things. This probably should go here. I haven't streamed in nearly a year and haven't felt the urge to. You're out of the game. That's fair, Zacula. But you will always be welcome here. I love having you hang out. I didn't get a chance to see much of your stuff, but I appreciate what you did, which I think is a thing that people don't necessarily get to hear enough. So I appreciate your contribution to that, and I'm glad that you are happy with what you're doing and don't feel the urge to stream. I, on the other hand, like, I have found that over the last year, something changed where, like, even though I've always liked streaming, it used to take more, like, mental and emotional energy to, like, start streaming. Whereas, like, yesterday, after, like, a really horrible week of work, like, I got through my, like, technical stuff of trying to make sure that the sync offset wasn't too terrible, and then just, like, turned it on, it was fine. Like, didn't need to, like, psych myself up at all. It was just, like, on, and I was like, yeah, I'm playing, you know, Murder by Numbers. Woo! Like, I don't know what that is, and I don't know how to describe it in a meaningful way, but, like, I was very conscious of it at a certain point yesterday. You hit 10,000 followers on TikTok? That is pretty cool, Zacula. I am not on TikTok, so I have no context for that. We have the 4 affiliate requirements. Is it 4 days streaming, hours streaming, 50 followers, concurrent? I feel like it used to be 3. I know you need to have like something very similar to that to hit partner, but like on a higher scale. But I thought it used to be 3 for some reason. I bet TikTok is not very monetizable. Yeah, that's a shame. Dude, like, I don't know, like 60 people follow me on Twitter. Like, 200's pretty good, Demolition. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's tough. Like, you know, I'm not unhappy with the types of games that I play. It's not like I feel like boxed in or anything. But like, I've often thought that if I was able to go full-time streaming, that like I would make like a day or two for longer form stuff like JRPGs. But like in my current streaming model, it just like feels like I need a pretty good reason to do it because it's just so difficult, you know? Which is like going back a conversation topic or two, but just wanted to like clarify that like it's not that that will never happen. It's just that like I'm even a little bit nervous. Another thing on the to-do list, and I should really just like write out the whole to-do list is probably the thing to do. But like in theory, what is it? Digimon Survive, the like hybrid visual novel Digimon game that came out last year. Like Angel even like specifically like earmarked like a direct tip for buying that game. And like I'm interested in playing it, but like how long is that game? Is it super long? I feel like it is. These fields be throwing me off all day. All day, son. Day, son. There, it goes there. Digimon Survive is not long. Lots of comments. Sagula says, I'm of the opinion that the way Twitch is structured is absolutely terrible for building an audience from scratch, so the only way to get back into it is if TikTok takes off more. I mean, that's fair. I get that. It is basically impossible internally to build a considerable audience. Like, absolute best case scenario within the Twitch infrastructure, you really kind of need, like, some huge raid to go, like, completely successfully. You need, like, someone with a much larger audience than you to send a bunch of people your way, for them to see your stuff and be like, yes, I want to follow this person. And, like, none of that is, like, stuff that you have any control over. Like, discoverability on Twitch is terrible. Then we should clarify. Affiliate is reach 50 followers, stream 8 hours on 7 different days, average 3 viewers. Is it viewers or chatters? Is it just viewers for affiliate? It's been a while now. And honestly, I didn't know that I had probably qualified for that status for like 6 months or something until my sister just casually did it, and then I looked up the requirements and I was like, oh. If I just like stream an extra day a week, then for like a month, I like qualify. I think that was like the holdup, is like I didn't have quite enough hours spread over enough days or something, and I just like immediately hit affiliate, and I was like, okay. Arcadia says, I don't think I could ever do partner on Twitch. I'd hate having to make my hobby my job. I think that's fair. I think a lot of people struggle with that. I think even people who manage to succeed at monetizing hobbies, like, as a profession, like, don't necessarily realize what all that entails and how that changes things in multiple ways. There's pluses and minuses. At least on some level, I think I have interest in doing it, although I don't think that I will ever qualify for doing that. But I mean, I think I've been really careful about, like, choosing games to play that, like, it doesn't feel like work. It's still kind of just, like, hanging out. And, like, that might change on a large enough scale, but, like, on some level, I still have the notion that, like, I would adjust and broaden to games that I don't have time to play now, in theory, but, like... Emotion says something like the big hypothetical raid happened to Blue when you modded for her. She had over 300 person raid, got big, and dropped off when it happened, since it got to be too much. Yeah, like, there's that risk, too, where, like, even if something like that happens, you get a big raid and a bunch of new followers, like, if they don't sort of mesh with your existing culture, then you are in the unenviable position of either having to, like, adjust your brand / who you are / what you want your chat to be like, or, like, drawing, like, a really hard line and, like, kind of being stern with the new people who are expressing enthusiasm for your content. Yeah, I don't know how Lauren does it either. I think she's, like, just wired to handle all that stuff. Intelligence says, I only stream games I'm passionate about, which is why I had a drought over spring 2022. I mean, one thing that helps me out is that even though I'm not passionate about, like, an incredibly wide variety or huge number of games, like, I also don't get a chance to play that many, so, like, stuff builds up, and then I have, like, a to-do list of, like, okay, like, Disco Elysium and Digimon Survive, and I kind of want to do, like, the Siberia games if I can get them running. They run like hot garbage. They, like, really, even with stuff like good old games, they, like, just don't run good on modern computers, and the games aren't even, like, that old. The Sam & Max games, and The Dig, and, like, Indiana Jones and Monkey Island, and, like, there's a bunch of, like, big stuff that, like, a lot of people who watch my content, like, aren't even, like, familiar with, that would be fun to share with them, that I still haven't done on stream. I mean, like, Hades is a thing I have that, like, seems like it might be compatible with stream. I kind of like stuff, like, my understanding is that Hades is sort of like a mid-length roguelike experience, and I kind of like roguelikes as sort of a bridge between, like, short-form stuff and full-on JRPGs. That Go says, I just like the sound of my own voice and getting attention from strangers. For me, it's more like... the thing that I want to do is make people feel better and enrich their lives. And I don't feel like this type of social engineering I do to be friendly with radio stations to get them to submit their homework is fulfilling in that way. So even though, like, I am pretty well liked by most of the people that I have to work with, not my actual coworkers, because several of them are garbage, but, like, the people who I'm, like, assigned to work with, like, several of them, like, think very fondly of me because I am a friendly person who does his best to help people, which is still along the lines of what I'm talking about. But, like, it's, like, not the same, because, like, I can't actually make their lives better. I could just make it less bad that they, like, didn't air commercials for a weekend because someone got sick or something. Do I need to single forest anywhere? I haven't placed a tile in, like, an hour. Not really. I do kind of want to cap this whole area off, I guess, so that's fine. It says, I could just stream on PC finally, got an Elgato card. Congrats. But there's the whole, this is in a house with other people and you'd be embarrassed. Yeah, I get that. I mean, yeah, I know some people who deal with similar stuff, to be honest. Even sometimes when we've been, like, trying to schedule recordings for, like, YouTube stuff, when that was happening more regularly. Katie says, I like having actual conversations with people, but rarely get people in chat to have conversations. Yeah, that's tough. I've been really fortunate. I mean, like, you know, there's not, like, a staggering army of landlubbers or anything, but just the fact that there was enough of a following from the Renegade Constabulary that, like, there's usually a handful of folks to talk to. Like, I hope I don't take that for granted. I feel like I'm generally pretty grateful for that. If I've ever seemed ungrateful for that, I do apologize. But, like, I am aware of the fact that, like, even that's relatively uncommon, and it's cool that to this day there are very few streams where it's just me talking to my mom, which has occasionally happened, but usually not for the duration of an entire stream. The only time we've seen someone grow exponentially on Twitch entirely within platform was someone who started playing MechWarrior Online. You can find a very underserved... Yeah, that's true, Zagala. If you can find a very underserved but extremely passionate niche community, that's a recipe for success. Which is essentially why anyone knows who I am, because my friend Tech Azurik and I started making YouTube content for a game called Resonance of Fate, which is this really bonkers, off-the-wall JRPG... with a completely unique tactical style to anything else I've ever seen. That, like, I looked up in a list of, like, fun JRPGs to play and was really enthralled with, and, like, I made him, like, split the cost with me because it was, like, kind of a difficult game to find for a while. And we played it together, and then we were really bad at it, but for some reason decided that we were going to record ourselves playing it and just hanging out. And that's where most people know me from, is, like, that playthrough of that game. Wonder if Tiger knows about the streams. I can't imagine that Tiger Zero knows about the streams. Tiger was, like, the first person to ever leave a comment on one of our videos, I think? Or he was at least one of the very early ones, and I'm assuming gender, and I apologize. Tiger was one of the very early people to comment on one of our videos, and, like, the thing they said was just, like, give the people what they want, and, like, don't talk over video games, even though it was, like, very clearly labeled as a Let's Play, and the whole point of a Let's Play is that there is commentary to the game being played. And, like, you cannot like us or whatever, but, like, you kind of clicked on the wrong thing, my individual. It says, when I streamed for that 1.5 months, I had, like, 3 other people who know about and stream Radiator Stories come and chat and follow me. Yeah. I mean, every now... Like, someone showed up at the start of the stream, I'm not sure if they're still around. It was just like, I recently found out about Dorfromantik and wanted to see other people play it. And since they haven't said anything in chat, I think I scared them off by talking about Siberia or something. But, like, every now and then when I play, like, the obscure types of games that I typically play, someone's like, oh yeah, like, no one knows what this game is. I'm excited to see another human aware of it. That flag sound is goofy as heck. Sure. I think I'm gonna have to build this out. I think I want this here. Yeah, I definitely agree, Demolition. Streaming, getting devs or voice actors in chat is really magical. And, you know, I was talking about this at the end of last year because, like, the person who voice acted my favorite character in Lamplight City showed up when I finished playing Lamplight City. And they were just, like, hanging out in chat, even when, like, I moved over to, like, Dorfromantik and was, like, playing Secret Squirtle and stuff. I was like, this is wild. I love this. And, like, that happened when I was playing Strangeland in 2021. And it happened back in, like, I don't know, I was, like, 17 or something when I was streaming a game called Mages of Mistralia, which I think is still criminally unappreciated. That game is cool as heck. It says, I streamed Bendy and the Ink Machine, and that's definitely one of those games where fans seek out streamers who are playing it for the first time. The only problem with that is they're all extremely insufferable. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I've still never played Undertale, is my understanding is that if you play Undertale in a public setting, you will be murdered by a hysterical mob, no matter what you do. Was that true, Zachary? You had the voice actress for the main character in Whispers of a Machine show out for a while? That is pretty cool. It's not my favorite game, but that's still pretty cool. Yeah, right, Zacula? Like, Undertale, like, very much seems like a type of game that I would like to play, but I literally cannot stream it because I will be murdered to death. Ooh, is this a good forest for, like, blocking off forests? It's not great. Something like this? Oh, a train station. A friend of yours streamed Undertale and took a 2-month break from streaming before even finishing the game. Sorry to laugh, but, like, that's just, I mean, it's just comical in how reliable that seems to be. That, like, yeah, it's not good for anybody. Please don't stream Undertale. And, like, don't even, like, put it on YouTube. Just, like, don't at all. I think I kind of do. Wow. Where do I want this train station? Do I want it in the river? Do I want it... Do I just want to, like, do I just want to put it, like, here? Like, I've never found, like, a straight rail piece to put here. It does get a cool, like, ominous purple roof if I do that. Ocean says, I don't know how to say this properly, but having a family who's as passionate as yours is about life and community is such a boon. Well, I think that there's at least some level of implied compliment to me as well in that, so thanks for that element. My mom is obviously, like, the 100, like, the absolute top percentile of moms, as we all know. She's community mom. And she's the best. She got me all these cool, the vast majority of the stuffed animals on the couch come from her, unless they came from you, or, like, were one of the handful I bought for myself on a whim. And the fact that like, literally just the fact that my mom is currently in chat, like, I'm pretty sure that my niece and nephew are still there. I think they're leaving tomorrow. So after, like, a full, like, 9 days of taking care of 2 children under the age of 7, she's like, let me set aside some time to watch my son stream Dorfromantik and complain about Peter Parker for the 1000th time. Yeah, like, that's pretty special. And, yeah, like, if you haven't watched my sister stream, tomorrow will be, like, a really good time to check her out. If you have time and want to see someone play Pokemon Violet, I would say that she, like, doesn't have as defined a niche as to, like, what she routinely plays on stream, because she's, like, fluctuated with it. I'm just gonna put this here because I like the purple roof. So, like, I can't necessarily give a heads up on that. She's obviously a huge Pokemon fan because she has, like, she probably ranks in the largest collection of Pikachus in the world. She has a lot. And she's gonna start a new Pokemon game tomorrow, so, like, that should be pretty exciting. But, she also, instead of just, like, talking and ranting for the start... Oh, look at the train go through the tunnel, I love it. Instead of just, like, ranting about life like I usually do at the start of my streams, she has Puppet Time, where she puppeteers with her own puppet named Sprinkles, or occasionally Mo, the bartender of her community. And, like, that's, like, a lot of fun. It is sometimes confusing to newcomers, but, like, it's a cool thing that you don't see on a lot of channels. So it's worth checking out. And, of course, my sister's is great. I'm looking forward to seeing whether she has attempted to set up the gift I got her for Christmas and see if that worked well for her, which I hope it did. Yeah, I gotta tell you, seeing my mom take care of my niece and nephew, I was like, oh my god. Like, how did my mom raise 3 kids and, like, we're all, like, relatively well-adjusted, considering how broken the whole world is? And, like, she still doesn't resent or hate any of us? And that's pretty good. Yeah, I just had a lot of strong feelings after that. I guess I kind of, in theory, need, like, a new place to start putting forests, because I'm trying to close that off. So... Sure, I get... Man, I'm doing such a terrible job. I don't think... I started off with pretty good tile luck, but I don't think it's continued in that fashion. Speaking of, the show, you won't make it next week for a christening. I mean, I'm sure she will understand, but I'm sure she'll probably also appreciate that heads up. Demolition. Do I want this to end in, like, a golf club? Or do I want this to... Because, like, I kind of need to build out this little city situation. So I can't really have the river go, like, all the way over there. I guess I could do this. That's, like, pretty good. Yeah, I think that's... I'll have to loop back around, but I'd love to hear why you don't like Andor. I haven't seen it yet. Okay, so, like... Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try and do this without becoming confrontational or, like, angry about it. Broadly speaking, the main thing I don't like about Andor is that Andor is an absolutely useless character. So, like, without spoiling anything in particular, like, essentially the whole series is framed around Cassian Andor. And several people talking about how important he is and how we have to, like, find Cassian Andor because he essentially gets, through a series of, like, unintentional accidents, he ends up doing something important that has, like, resonance throughout the galaxy. And he has, like, no interest in helping anyone or doing anything good or anything. His whole thing is he just wants to be left alone. Which in and of itself would be, like, really relatable. And the fact that I hate the series thus far should indicate to you how much I don't like the writing. Is that they've taken a character who I'm like, that's me! It's me in Star Wars! And I absolutely loathe him and want to fist fight him to the death. So, like, the big issue I have is that his defining character trait is that he is, like, always confused and contributes nothing. He shows up to, like, all these, like, relatively important events and stuff kind of just works out for him, but he doesn't have any strengths or character flaws that he overcomes or interesting characteristics or good dialogue or, like, anything that would make you care about him as a character. He just, like, shows up important places and people are like, well, I guess you're important, huh? And then he's like, I want to go home! And then, like, stuff happens. And then he goes home. And then, like, something bad will happen to him again. And then he'll be like, I just want to go home! And, like, it's not funny or in a fun way. He just, like, doesn't do anything interesting. Like, when an interesting thing happens, he's just, like, mildly complaining about it. Which, like... Again, is, like, probably what I would be doing in Star Wars, in fairness, but, like, then I would not expect half the galaxy to be like, oh, Vasco's, like, the most important human in all the galaxy, and we have to find and kill him because he's so important and dangerous. Like, it just annoys me to no end. And then, like, everyone just talk, like, truly part of why I hate it so much is because everyone is tripping over themselves and each other to tell everyone else in the world how much they love Andor. And it's like, it's not good. Like, again, I'm not trying to be mean. I genuinely don't think it's good. It's not even that I think it's like, oh, like, people like it way more than I think they should. I personally think Andor is just bad. Regular says, so kind of like Forrest Gump in Star Wars, culturally relevant stuff happens and he's just there for it. Like, yeah, that's pretty fair. And I say that partially because, like, I don't particularly like Forrest Gump either. Like, I don't find that concept very interesting, personally. Like, I saw it, I get the cultural importance of Forrest Gump, but, like, I kind of don't get it, and, like, I don't even think that's what they were, like, going for in Andor. I think they just forgot that their main character should be interesting. And, like, this is an extension, like, this is a thing that they've been doing. I know, I was not gonna... There's no way that I was gonna start talking about Andor and not get mad about it. That's why I told you not to do it. So, like, I also had this issue with the Obi-Wan series. Which, like, I didn't hate nearly as much, because, like, even though it's, like, generally kind of a worse bad concept, I feel like it was at least executed in kind of an interesting way. But, like, the big problem I had with the Obi-Wan series is that Obi-Wan doesn't have any agency. Like, it's literally called Obi-Wan, and it's about Obi-Wan, and do you know what Obi-Wan does? He goes places, and then problems sort of solve themselves around him. And it's the same thing that happens in Andor, is that Andor goes places, and then other things happen that resolve the problems that he should be solving as the protagonist. And then everyone talks about how important he is. And, like, I just find that so annoying. Like, there's even, like, again, I feel like if you made it a comedy, you could even take that concept and do something funny with it. But, like, both of those characters in those shows just don't do anything. So why do you expect me to watch it or care about it? They don't exhibit character traits. The characters don't have traits. What's the purpose? Obi-Wan was really cool for, like, 40 minutes of screen time across the whole series. Yeah, that's probably about right. And that's, like, 38 more minutes of cool Obi-Wan than you get good Andor out of Andor. I have really strong negative feelings about Andor. Like, if I had endless time, like, I would probably, just out of feeling of obligation, eventually just make, like, a YouTube series that's, like, Andor is bad, don't at me. And it would just be me going through every episode, like, frame by frame, and being like, this is trash, why is everyone so excited about this? So I failed the don't get angry and don't be mean, so, you know, your mileage will, whatever. Where was I gonna build the forest? I think I just said I was gonna do that, right? No, I was gonna put it over here. But yeah, like, I think I would just, like, I think I would have feelings about Andor that are, like, pretty similar to my feelings about Obi-Wan, which are just sort of like, it's not great. But the fact that everyone just keeps trying to tell me how amazing it is just makes me mad. It just makes me upset. This doesn't work anymore. Did this ever work? Maybe I was always delusional about this. I think that's where that was supposed to go, in theory, at some point. End rail. I wanted to put the end rail next to this train station, and at least it connects to the trees. Although... No, there's no way I'm getting a perfect tile there. Look at all the things that would have to go right. That's pretty good. I'm, like, definitely gonna run out of tiles because I'm doing such a bad job. Yeah, I figured I should do that just because it was going to give me perfect tiles. I've always had kind of a tendency to react super negatively when things are, like, really overhyped to me. Like, if someone tells me, like, oh, like, this is pretty good, I enjoyed it, you might like it, Vasco, I'll be like, okay, I might check that out. When, like, 80 people tell me, like,
Vasco, this is, no exaggeration, the greatest TV show I've ever seen.
I am almost guaranteed to hate it. Like, I just did, like, I don't even think it's the internet, because, like, this was a problem, like, before the internet was, like, a thing. But, like, God, I just, like, when people do stuff like that, it's just like, there's no hope for that to be true. Hey, Miss Toasty, it's going pretty well. Someone got me started on Andor, and I'm sorry. Ask, have you played Elden Ring yet? Yeah, I wouldn't play Elden Ring is the problem. I mean, I have a little bit of concern about the hype around Disco Elysium, but, like, it comes from reliable sources, and I hesitate to say that only because I considered the sources who told me that Life is Strange reliable until I played Life is Strange, and that was literally, like, a turning point in some of those relationships. But, like, I've already played a little Disco Elysium, and I know that I like it. The problem is just that, like, I started playing it for YouTube at the very tail end of the period of time where it was feasible for me to do that at all. And then I felt kind of guilty. Why is that up there? Thank you for gifting subs, Demolition. Don't take it personally that I'm now going to try and move the alert box, because it feels like it's in a weird spot. Here? Woo! Someone on YouTube will not enjoy that later, because no one will watch this on YouTube later. And a lock. Thank you for gifting subs to an actual skeleton, which is just, it's a really good screen name. Evie Pointmaster, Soulless Void, Saint Hill, and Carl Cinco. Remember a Carl Cinco? How are you doing, Miss Toasty? We finally located another Life is Strange hater. Did we not talk about this before, Zacula? I really, like, Life is Strange is very bad. So, and again, no shade intended, because I totally get why. There are several people among the landlubbers who want me to play Life is Strange 2. And let me tell you that, like, as much as I hate Life is Strange 1, have you seen the trailer for Life is Strange 2? Because it basically looks like, what if Life is Strange had a different cast, no superpowers, and was intentionally depressing instead of accidentally depressing? And I'm like, what is the selling point? Who is that for? But, like, there are several, and I think it's mostly because, A, they want me to get mad at it, which I will, and B, that they don't want to play it for themselves, which obviously. But, like, for a while, I was genuinely like, I literally don't think I could do that because I think it will actually make me depressed and possibly, like, ideate, like, self-harm or something. Like, I feel like it will actually make me super upset. Oh, you played Life is Strange 2. Oh no, Zacula. Oh no. Only want you to play it in the same way you watch reviews of trash movies. No, I mean, I get it, Demolition. That's like, I feel like that's more or less what I described, right? It's like you want me to get mad about it, and you don't want to play it yourself. Like, I get that. I do. It's just that, like, there's a lot of games I'm, like, willing to, like, haha. Like, literally, I'm talking about replaying all of Siberia, a series that has at least one installment of, like, personal significance to me, despite the fact it's kind of garbage. And, like, clown on it because, like, I had such a bad time playing Life is Strange 3. Or not Life is Strange 3, Siberia 3. Which would include playing Siberia 3 again. So, like, trust me, I get it. I get the idea. It's just that, like, that game looks, like, super bad. And let me clarify further, is that I expect fully to play that game someday. Not today. Ooh, wait. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, that's a bold stance, but I believe it, Zacula. Zacula says, it is, and I cannot overstate this enough. Life is Strange 2 is one of the most genuinely infuriating experiences I've had in all media consumption, not just video games. Let me think, is there another cornerstone I could ask you to compare it to, whether it's, like, better or worse? I mean, like, Zacula, you didn't really... I'm gonna say this as a purely hypothetical statement because I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but you are not you have not played the Zero Escape games and have not played Zero Time Dilemma, right? Also, Miss Toasty, what's new with you? I feel like I don't ask you that enough. I feel like you show up, are very pleasant, and then quietly watch, which is cool if that's what you want to do. But I think the last time I remember seeing you in chat, you had just had finals. Did those go well? I hope that did. You have not. That's unfortunate. Demolition says, for me, the one horrible piece of media I know I truly hate is The Marine. I don't know what that is. You know what I hate? Dogville. Do you know what's a really bad movie? Dogville. Has anyone in chat seen Dogville that isn't my mom? Who, much to her credit, I'm pretty sure fell asleep like 2/3 of the way through, which is, in fact, the correct way to watch Dogville. If not, sleep entirely through it or just harm someone for mentioning it to you. Can I even describe Dogville without, like, speaking uncouthly? Dogville is a movie produced as a play with no sets other than chalk outlines denoting particular locations. So the production values are basically non-existent. It stars Nicole Kidman and probably... I mean, James Caan is in it at the very end, and there's probably other people other viewers might recognize. But what is Dogville about, you ask? Dogville is a movie that was created entirely to be a commentary on how bad America is. And in fairness, it is. But this is done in, like, the worst, most ham-fisted way. Where, like, basically it's presented in this insane story in, like, 12 acts or some insane thing. Where, like, Nicole Kidman goes to this small town. She's not playing Nicole Kidman. I don't remember what her character is named. And, like, the main characters are basically, like, Nicole Kidman and Thomas Edison. I kid you not. The other main character is Thomas Edison, and it's the most annoying thing because presumably the only reason that the other main character is Thomas Edison is because Thomas Edison is like a famous American person. It's not even literally Thomas Edison. It's just some guy in a modern setting named Thomas Edison. And I spent the whole like 3-hour runtime of that movie expecting that at some point there's going to be like an aha moment where it made sense that they named the character Thomas Edison, and I assure you, there is not. And basically beyond that really vague description I've just given you, the only thing I can tell you from memory about that movie is that any other thing I remember about that movie is just like horrible, horrible content warning material. Just like imagine like something you don't want to see in a 3-hour-long movie happen over and over to Nicole Kidman. That's what the movie is. Yeah, Ice Funny. Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of the. It's like a trilogy, isn't it? It's like Lars von Trier's like anti-American trilogy. I obviously never watched the other two. I think Dogville's the first one. Pretty sure. And let me say this too. This is something I always say to indicate the negative quality of Dogville, which is all like the premise of the movie is essentially that all of the characters are terrible because it's supposed to be this allegory for how bad America is. So like all the characters are profoundly unlikable. And the movie ends, and I don't mind spoiling this because don't watch Dogville. I can't stress this enough. Don't do it. The movie ends with Nicole Kidman's dad, who's like a mobster or something, showing up and murdering everyone in the town. And that's still not a sufficient level of catharsis for me to think it's a good ending to the movie. Like, typically, like, when the bad guys get the comeuppance, you're like, alright, like, they deserved it, and, like, it just wasn't enough, like, harm to inflict on those terrible characters for me to be like, that justified that story. Is that true? How many Lars von Trier's movies have you seen, Ice Bunny? Because it's probably the only one I've seen. This came from, for further context, back from, like, middle school to high school, when, like, Blockbuster still existed. My dad would usually, on, like, Friday night, just, like, stop at Blockbuster and, like, rent, like, 2 movies. And, like, sometimes it would just be, like, something we didn't see in theaters. Sometimes it'd be something he never heard of that looked a little interesting. He wasn't, like, afraid to try out new movies, because, like, my family's always just, like, watched, like, everything. So, like, I don't know what it was about that movie that drew him to it, but he just, like, rented it and was like, yeah, like, Dogville, I don't know what this is. Never heard of it. And so we watched it, and it was like, it's so long, and it's so bad, and the content is atrocious, and the thing it's trying to say is so stupid, and the characters are terrible. It's, ugh. It's so bad. Which it says on the wiki, American director and screenwriter Quentin Tarantino has named the film as one of the 20 best to have been released during his time of active career as a director. Is this about Dogville? That sounds wrong. I'll sleep to the first regret. Back to the movie theater for Dogville. Oh, you had to watch Dogville in a theater? Oh, I didn't even know it got theatrical releases. It's so long. Oh, God. That's truly a level of horror I had never considered, Ice Bunny. That's like the scariest story I've heard in a long time. Like, that genuinely is upsetting to me. I'm sorry that happened. This tile's like identical to the one next to it. Okay, I promise, I'm gonna place some tiles. Please don't be mad at me. Ooh. Ooh. Does this do anything? No. Hey, do me... I know this is gonna sound insane. Do me a favor. Those of you who've been... Why did that make a weird shaking shake? Those of you who've been watching the stream, rate your experience watching this stream. Are you intensely frustrated with how infrequently I'm, like, putting tiles down? Also, before I started ranting on that, I asked Miss Toasty how she's doing and how finals went. Did pretty well in finals, currently enjoying winter break. That's awesome. Congrats on that. I hope you are enjoying your break. I missed the long winter break. I mean, like, I took, like, a week off for Christmas, which is, like, kind of indulgent. And, like, boy, do I always end up paying for it. I don't regret it, but, like, boy, the first week of the year is always so bad. And to be clear about this, it's not just, like, coming back after the holidays. For whatever reason, the sales department at the company that I work for has deemed it that the only 2 times a year I routinely want to take off, which are, like, around the holidays at the end of the year, or around my birthday, which, like, happens to be around the 4th of July, also happen to be, like, the round points of, like, the end/start of year and mid-year point. And those are, like, 2 times of the year where they love to just, like, start contract dates. And, like, they're such a mess. They never do their diligence, and it's always, like, just everything's on fire for a while, and I hate it. This is the Antichrist guy. Yes, that sounds familiar. I do believe he made a movie called Antichrist, which I have not seen. Clarification, Demolition. I know that Dogville itself is part of a trilogy. When you say Dogville trilogy sequel, are you indicating that there's an entire second trilogy that is still somehow loosely in the Dogville canon. Nine out of 10, great commentary. Demolition, much like my mom, I feel like you're always too generous, but I appreciate the sentiment. Oh, it's just the next one in the trilogy. That's fine. I luckily knew that that existed. Files. We need exactly 5 houses, huh? Wait, he never made the third one? Is that true? I thought he did all 3 of them. I knew for sure he did the second one. I just assumed the third one happened. That's somehow, like, really funny. It, like, probably shouldn't be, but it's, like, really funny that that's true. He made too much bad stuff. I mean, that's legit. I don't know why people would keep giving him money. Thank you for the bits, Demolition. And yes, you too generous. I'm going this way. Oh, I definitely should have put that here. Is this 5 houses? Count along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, wait, don't I need 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. What? What does that mean? Why is it that if I put it here, is this not continuous? Oh, I see. It's not continuous currently. Okay, that makes more sense. That was giving me a headache. Whatever, man. I don't care. Yeah, I guess. Ooh, that's not good, Demolition. I don't even want to repeat that. That's bad news. I agree, Zach. I think people should give you truckloads of money to make overly long, terrible movies. I feel like your version of terrible would be, like, really entertaining to watch, as opposed to, like, actually just terrible. I got more tiles. Kind of give it up on perfect tiles because I'm just spending too long trying to place them. I'm getting a lot of tile with just one field on it. Be hiring Seth Rogen a lot. As like a statement? Or are you just like a big fan of Seth Rogen? I have mixed feelings about him. I appreciate that he's willing to experiment with his comedy, but a lot of his stuff ends up being like indulgent in a way that I think is stupid. I did really like Future Man, which I think he like, I don't know if he like created, but I think he like executive produced. It was like a super weird show. You could just pay him in weed. That's probably true. I bet you get like a discount rate with like Snoop Dogg. Or at least you could like negotiate one. I think he's alright just, like, listening to his dumb idiot laugh. That seems legit. I mean, if you had, like, endless money to make a movie and, like, didn't really care what you were doing, it seems like as good a reason as any to hire someone, right? Is this exactly what I want? It's close enough. Okay, at some point... Oh, nope, this wants to be few houses. That's still too many houses. Hey, that's not too many houses. It's just the wrong side of that thing. Whatever, it's fine. I mean, look, in fairness, when I scheduled a whole day of Dorfromantik, I think we all knew that it was mostly just an excuse for me to spend most of the stream talking to you, right? Like that. We knew that going in, or are we disappointed? I don't know. For some reason, I just can't focus on the dwarf. And I really do think that it's because I've gotten such weird tiles that I can't, like, focus on talking and finding good places for them, but that's probably just a convenient excuse. In actuality. Ooh, that's a good tile. I keep getting these, like, nice border around forest tiles that don't actually connect the forests together. Darn, I thought there was a field. It's just a weirdly colored fall tree. I just want them to connect. Okay, house across from tree. That's nothing, right? I think that's nothing. I think I don't want that. Squirtle says, upsetting that my brain can't just enjoy the cute game and instead keeps going, okay, but what if someone in the town just trips and falls off the edge? For some reason that reminds me of something that my brother said when I saw him, like, last week, I guess, in theory. Sort of 2 weeks ago. He was describing some of the things that his, like, 3-year-old likes to watch. And, you know, he likes to watch this show called Blazing the Monster Machines, which is about, like, monster trucks that talk and, like, solve problems. And it's, you know, it's kid fare, but it's, like, pretty cool. But then he's like, yeah, lately he's really like this thing called, like, Leo the Inquisitive Truck. And he, like, put it on briefly after saying this, and I understood his point. But he said something like, it's just so slow that your mind just sort of dissociates. And you just start feeling like, oh no. Or it was like something to that effect. And like after he put it on for a while, I was like, oh yeah. For some reason, just waiting with the anticipation for the thing that I know is going to happen, but is coming so slowly, for some reason makes me think dark thoughts. I don't know why. We've not gotten, like, a lot of train stuff. What's Brother Gamer doing? That's kind of tough to say. Also, frankly, I'm not sure how much he appreciates me talking about his business. Literal or figurative. Apparently he does watch my VODs, which was, like, news to me. I would say, like, generally pretty well, but stressed is sort of my interpretation without going into a realm that I'm like, I don't know if I should say more than that. No, it's a reasonable question. I could simply say I shouldn't talk about it. That was mostly me verbally stalling to be like, how much can I say? And I feel like it's, like, I think his family's doing well. He, you know, was sick for much of December, and that was, like, a bummer, and he's been really busy with work. But I get the impression he's doing pretty well. He's engaged with his new job, and it's just stressful, because it's a stressful thing. He's got a lot of responsibility. Which I don't do well with responsibility, so I don't envy that. I don't know what I'm doing with this. I have, like, so many places where, like, houses would be useful. Never the right number of houses. It's pretty good. like this. Didn't I have a place for blank tile? Blank tile. See, remember before when I was like, I feel like both Demolition and my mom are much too generous in analyzing me. My mom says in chat, Vasco, you're one of the most responsible people I know. See, I understand what you're saying, and even that's probably too generous. But what I mean is, like, I don't want to be responsible for, like, managing people, or have to bear the responsibility of decisions of consequence. That's why I played Dorfromantik on a Saturday night. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure how the, like, VascoDaGamer things... Maybe I started that by, like, joking about it when my mom would comment on, like, YouTube videos or something. But, like... What would that be? I mean, she kind of refers to the family noun as, like, VascoDaGamer, which is, in and of itself, a little weird. Mostly just because, you know, she doesn't have a DeGamer screen name. Which I not to overly clarify, but I don't mean that as, like, a criticism as though she should have done that. I just mean, like, it's interesting that she chose to do that because she, you know, like, has her own thing. Mafia family? Just, I mean, there's something along the lines, right? Because, like, Mafia is, like, inherently kind of family or whatever. It's probably, like, a more elegant something. Tiles. Psycho says, I think much like me, you're a little gremlin man who does genuinely want to only put kindness into the world, but struggle with the little tar-like ball of gremlin hatred in your heart. Yeah, I couldn't put that, like, a whole lot better myself in, like, 2 sentences, Acula. Like, a lot of the key decisions in my life have been trying to avoid becoming a bad person, in the sense that, like, I very naturally have a lot of anger and hatred inside of me, and all I want to do is, like, not be that person, but, like, all of my natural tendencies are to be, like, so, like, bad and toxic, which is how we end up with this thing where, like, my channel is sort of, like, ostensibly wholesome, but I'm usually complaining about how much I absolutely hate media and stuff. Like, it's like, God, I hate Andor so much! And it's like, yeah, like, Andor's not, like, a real person, so it's, like, not maybe bad in some level. You tend to overanalyze things now and then and use too many emojis. You realize, like, another defining feature of my... Wow, look at how, like, bad the camera likes this hat. That's fun. I mean, like, one of the only reasons I initially wanted success on Twitch was so I could have emotes. And then they, like, gave everyone emotes. And then they gave us more emotes. I'm sad because, like, the commissions page for the emote artist that has done all of my existing emotes has been marked as inactive for, like, 6 months. And by marked as inactive, I mean she toggles, like, this page that are, like, commissions are closed versus open. They've been closed for a really long time, and I would like to do more of them. I shouldn't, but I want to. Yeah, I don't... Like, she streams sometimes, and it's, like, never at a time I could watch, but I'm, like, curious to see if there's, like, some specific reason, or... I don't think she's given up art, but it seems like she's maybe backed off emotes? I don't know. But thank you for the bits regardless, Demolition. I will certainly... Like, I've had an idea for a while for, like, a set of 4 emotes that I want to do. I don't necessarily have all the details worked out, but, like, I know what I want to do with them. And I would like to do at least, like, 1 animated emote, but I don't think she even does those. Yeah, I'm glad people like the emotes. I'm glad that people have, like, really strong positive feelings about my emotes, too. Like, particularly Vasco D Love and, like, Vasco D Rage are ones that, like, multiple people have said are, like, standout emotes. Some of my emotes she even has on her, like, example page of, like, like work to show off to people she wants to like buy her services, and I'm like, yeah, because like they're good. Found a streamer who has an art page on Twitter. Went to it and it's like hyper not safe for work. So that's like a weird thing I've started to notice. Somehow I'm like seeing like art stuff more on Twitter, which is better than some of the things I've heard people say that they recently been seeing on Twitter. But like, yeah, I have this feeling that like a lot of people who like do art professionally, or at least like for commissions on the internet, like all secretly just want to do really like horny stuff. Which is fine, it's just interesting that that seems to be such a point of overlap. Thank you, Zach. I'm glad you like Vasco D-Rich. I'm also really partial to Vasco Treat. That one came out better than I expected. But so did Vasco Love. Like, when I pitched Vasco Love, I was like... I think literally, like, when I wrote out the concept, I, like, gave her 2 ideas. I was like, I have this, like, idea that I don't think will work, so, like, you could do this more obvious thing. And she, like, did the first thing, and I was like, oh, no, it's great. It's really good. If I add 1 house, I get tiles, huh? I mean, this looks terrible, but... I just hate it too much. It looks so bad there. Just doesn't fit anywhere, does it? Doesn't even fit there. That's so rude. Stupid field. Almost every artist I know will absolutely do furry NSFW work for money. I believe that. I mean, a big part of the furry community is, like, horny artists. I know this because, like, a friend of mine, like, one of my closest friends in high school is, like, a somewhat well-known furry within the community, and he was not an artist, but, like, he literally, like, helped me do, like, a presentation on, like, furry culture for college, which was, like, partially a guise for him to just, like, visit and hang out, frankly. But we had to do something about, like, a weird, like, not weird, but, like, about some kind of, like, subculture people don't necessarily know about or something, and I was like, I know a guy. And, like, yeah, like, from the descriptions he gave, like, it's, like, mostly about, like, weird, horny art. And I'm like, yeah, I guess that tracks. It's just, I didn't realize at the time that that was, like, apparently also, like, just a high percentage of overlap with, like, all artists or something. Where's the Twitch emote yearly thing? Was that not part of the thing that went out? That you, like, posted the Twitter demolition? Your version of the thing that told me I was in the top 1% of all people streaming Nirvana Initiative last year? There, that's, like, pretty good. It's better than the last one. I think... Did they adjust the rate at which, like, quests appear? Or is it just that I've been doing a really bad job? Because it feels like they don't come up that often, and the games are, like, tend to be shorter. But, like, also I've been playing bad, so it's, like, really hard to know which is, like, the deciding factor there. I like how any of that looks. I don't like that either. Sure. Volcano Los Dos. That's an excellent point. Ooh, that one wants to be rounded off too. What is this? What am I looking at? Who thought it was okay to make this tile that's like a railroad track on 4 sides and then a river on 2 sides. Whose fault is this? I demand accountability. Nonsense. Just become attached to that, and I'm gonna forget you exist, because the game is not gonna go long enough for that to be a problem for me. Sure. Okay, hold on. 4 houses. 4 houses. God, nothing fits nicely anywhere. I got boar. Sorry, that tells my bad. Well, I appreciate you taking responsibility, Miss Toasty, so I think I can let it slide this time. But, you know, let's all try to, like, learn from our mistakes. I try to do it, so, like, let's all do it together, okay? Top emotes are smiley face, less intense smiley face, tongue out, Vasco yay, and Vasco ahoy. That's surprising. I wouldn't necessarily... Like, Vasco yay is kind of fallen by the wayside. Like, what's everyone's level of enthusiasm for that? It was funny, I was considering putting it at the follower level so that I could put something else at the subscriber level to be used on other channels. And then before I ever, like, sorted that out, they were just like, oh, now you can just use follower emotes on other channels as long as you're subscribed to the channel that has the follower emotes. And I was like, oh, okay. So I guess it doesn't matter. It's probably pretty good. Top 1% of chatters across the board. When you say across the board, do you mean just like on the channels that you watch? What metrics are they? How do you determine? Oh, okay. Top 1% of chatters in your top 4. That I believe. I believe that for sure. Medium on Vasco yay. I mean, like, I used to be really big on Vasco yay. I'm kind of medium on it. I don't know that I, like, actively want to remove it. I've kind of felt like maybe it needs, like, an update. It was, like, one of the very first ones, and, like, it's always been kind of awkward that it's, like, the canon with, like, a little bit of the thing surrounding it or whatever. But, like, I don't want, like, freestanding canon, because that doesn't feel very piratey. I don't know. I have struggled with this concept for a while. Much longer than I should, considering its relative importance. Closed off the forest, right? So all I need is, like, forest up here. Up here forest. Get so many fields, and I have no... I think that's part of it. I think I had 1 field quest this whole game, and I've gotten, like, all these fields that, like, aren't helpful for anything. Do you like how stupid this is? If I put this here, then I have, like, two, like, end rails that go nowhere. Like, right next to each other. But I got a bunch of tiles. I was genuinely a little surprised that I was in top 1% of Nirvana Initiative streamers, but at the same time, like, I guess who else? End of sentence. Like, I guess who else? I don't think visual novels are an extremely popular thing to stream. I don't think they're a bad thing to stream. I'm probably biased in that I do stream visual novels, but, like, I don't know. Maybe a stigma because people don't want to, like, read or whatever. But, like, a game like Nirvana is just, like, voice acted, too. And, like, people do Phoenix Wright. It's very popular. They're not voice acted. I guess, in theory, I need something like this. And it doesn't contribute to, like, a quest. Or, yeah, I've gotten, like, no... I think I've had, like, no river quests, like, one field quest, like, one train quest? Maybe 2 train quests. I think just one. Just want that to be as windy and unpleasant as I can make it. I'm just also gonna, like, really rudely just cut off this whole town so I just get tiles for it. That's closed off. I still need, like, a lot of houses. Never mind, I don't need very many houses at all. In fact, what I need is one house. Okay, I got some tiles. You passed the 2,000 line in bits here. I mean, you did like a bunch at the end of the year. That might have done it. I think OSHA should really get involved here. At least there should be waist-high guardrails along the edge of town. It's fine, Zacula. You worry too much. Or maybe the right amount. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because I definitely worry too much. Yeah, it's a pretty big yikes. Close enough. I just want to close off that town. I don't want to look at it anymore. I guess. Jackie, I forget. Did you see or play Little Misfortune? I streamed that for Halloween this last year. Scraw. You don't get a lot of Scraw these days. I guess? No. No. I don't know. I don't know. Seen your partner play it, but don't think you saw the stream. Well, it's up on YouTube if you want to see it. I had a great time with it. But yeah, if you've seen it, that's cool. I just wanted to make sure, because it seems like a game I would expect you to like. So if you hadn't played it, I wanted to be sure to be like, you should get on that. Really need an unavowed 2. Yeah, like that would definitely be good. I mean, I still haven't played for like another. It's just like only wants towns and then like doesn't give me a lot of like tiles with lots of houses on them. Which has a new game out. You're not thinking of Strangeland, are you? Didn't they? I always get confused about stuff like this, especially with some of the like crossover like indie developers. But they did. They were somehow affiliated with Strangeland. Here is doing something. Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. I haven't heard of that. How is it that I always end up with like 2 clock towers like right next to each other? Put it at an angle. Probably get a thing with tree forests on it. I want to get that perfect tile, but I'll leave that. Nighthawks and Old Skies are slated for this year. What's the one? There's I want to say it's from Wadjet. It might be from a different studio that did an indie game I liked. Like, someone is supposed to be working on some, like, time travel adventure game, which I haven't seen in a long time, and is, like, one of the few genres that I think can somewhat reliably pull off a time travel story, so I'm, like, kind of interested in that. That seems bad. Seems, like, doable. I don't really like it. A lot of hidden tiles down here, huh? I haven't really done one of those successfully in a minute. Life is Strange, True Colors. No, that's definitely not the game I want to play. Does it even have time travel in it? Because, like, Life is Strange 2 doesn't, despite that being a defining feature of Life is Strange. One of the many things that makes me look at that game and be like, why did you do it? Excavation of Hob Sparrow is a folk horror narrative-driven adventure. Explore the isolated moors of rural Victorian England as you discover the mysteries of Hob Sparrows. That sounds interesting. That kind of sounds like... It sounds a little like the setting for Black Mirror, which had a lot of promise, and kind of like Siberia had like one game that was like mostly pretty good, but has a really terrible ending. And then like the other games are just like off the rails. They like changed the main character, they changed the set, they changed like almost everything about the game. And then, like, you briefly go back to the setting of the first game, and the character from the first game isn't in it. It's weird. Look at how janky my river is. I'm very proud of this. Just wanted that town to be done. Okay, I found another home for a blank tile. For some reason. Like how the river would make a hydrologist faint. I don't really know what a hydrologist does, but that sounds right. Time travel is nice. Can we murder Freud and Marx? That's a really specific combination. I want to see how the world would be without communism and psychotherapy. I mean... I feel like that's such a specific combination, you might have to make that game for yourself, Ice Bunny, but I'd play it. I mean, Day of the Tentacle is a great comedic time travel game. I played that one on YouTube with Tech. I haven't actually streamed it. I could do that at some point, but I think that's lower on the list than playing Sam & Max. I just had this tile. Yeah, I did. I put it right there. If you had a time machine, you'd use it to eat extinct animals. It's like almost part of the plot of Adventure Zone Ether Sea. Guess that's fine. Got a lot of train stations and one train. Feels like an oversight. I do feel like this is a fine place to put the train station though, because then it kind of gets to pretend like it connects to this little town, and I always like it when that happens. Oh yeah, what is the name of that? I saw that trailer too, Zacula, the vampire movie where Nicolas Cage is Dracula. Like, I'm not like a big fan of vampire stuff, but like the angle looks really funny, where like it mostly follows the perspective of like Dracula's servant who like traded his like eternal servitude for like incredible power, but then he ends up going to this like group therapy, and like he's trying to get advice on how to like screw over Dracula without talking about Dracula. Renfield, yeah, like I don't know, man, like it actually looks like kind of interesting. There was a line in the trailer that really got me. It was something like, he's like, Renfield's like talking to the therapy group, and he says something like, well, or someone says to him like, well, what would happen if you didn't put your master's need above all else? And then he's like, then he wouldn't be able to achieve full power. And they're like, that's right. Wait, it's really concerning that you phrased it that way. Or something like that. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of my humor. No, I still haven't seen The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I know it's supposed to be really good. It sounds really good. Is that streaming on something? Where do I need houses? This is closed and the other one's closed, so I just need them in the big one. Not a suggestion for a game, just ADHD brain wondering what would be. No, I'm just saying it should be. I'm just saying it should be a game and you should make it, because I don't think anyone else is making that game. On the way back, we just store the master copy of Dogville. That's probably a public service that we could write off as like a tax credit somehow. This Toasty says, when I watched the Renfield trailer, I was like, he looks like Nicolas Cage. And it is. That I kind of had a similar reaction where when you hear him before you see him in the trailer I saw. I don't know if all the trailers that are out there are the same. And I was like, is that Nicolas Cage's voice? And then he came out, I'm like, that is Nicolas Cage as Dracula. Like, that is what that is. That's too many, huh? Oh yeah, this is an exactly 19 and that's an exactly 6. Great, I guess I need another little quiet village. Sure, it'll neighbor the little train town. I think this actually wants to go like up by here. Probably. Oh no, this is exactly 24. No, I shouldn't do that. That's like on its way to being a perfect pot. Although, running out of tiles again, because I'm bad and not finishing any quests ever. I mean, I literally have something like twice my score from last time, so I feel less bad about this, but I feel like I should be doing better. It would help to do better if I was focused on playing the game correctly at all, and not just being mad about Andor, but my secret is that I'm always mad about Andor, so, like, it's tough. It's really difficult being me sometimes. I don't really want that there. Sure. Yeah, I want this to take a really jarring turn back on itself somehow. Okay, I don't have any, like, flags I can cut off for quick things, right? Yeah? Okay. Hey, speaking of Nicolas Cage, has anyone watched... Didn't Disney Plus, like, start releasing episodes of the National Treasure series? Is that anything? Is that good? Andor's better than the original trilogy. See, like, I know you're trying to bait me, Demolition, but, like, part of why I'm so mad about it is, like, a really large number of people, like, say that, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And, like, part of the complication, too, is, like, there are characters in Andor who are good, but, like, they're deliberately overshadowed by the character of Andor, which makes no sense because he's basically not a person at all. Train with, like, no tiles left. That sounds like it's on brand. I release you into the train wilds. Ting ting. I think I could get a couple perfect tiles out of this, so I'm just gonna do... And could I get one that has more blank edges on it? Guess it wouldn't make too much difference. No, that tile that's 2 down looks like I might be able to get something from it. So what can I do with this in the meantime? Probably like... Oh, that's true, this one's not fully blocked off yet. That's dumb. It's a dumb thing. Okay, I think this was the one that I wanted for up here. Yeah, I still just got 2. That's whatever. It's fine. Wednesday is a cool show. Your friend made you watch it. You know, watch party. I haven't gotten around to it. I worry it might ride the line on overhyped. For me, not for other people. No one cares if I think it's overhyped. I don't know. I've never been like the biggest Addams Family fan. I don't like dislike it, but like I know some people are like huge Addams Family stans, and I don't know. I just don't feel that strongly about it. I don't know if that's supposed to affect my enjoyment in some way. I guess at this point I'm kind of hoping I'll think Andor's really good just so you can come back and tell me that. First off, you should. If you watch Andor, you should definitely come back and tell me what you think. Secondly, I think that it's like a... What's that movie where like the guy finds the glasses and he sees all the like secret like advertising that like nobody else like sees the subliminal messages? Is that like They Live or whatever? Or is it the one I confused They Live with? I feel like it's that. I feel like I'm the guy with the glasses and like everyone else is just like, obey! Obey Andor! And I'm like, what are you talking about? And whenever there's just like one of these tiles that has like a field and like one other thing on it, they're like never lined up the way I want. No matter how many of them I get in a single game. Never line up, ever. Sure. It's just like, I've gotten just all of these fields and like nothing to do with them. You had no clue it was about Wednesday Addams. I honestly think like a lot of people don't get that. Like the Addams Family haven't like done much as like an intellectual property lately. It kind of just like came out. I think some people were aware of that, but like I would not be surprised if there were like a lot of people who like watching are like, oh, like Wednesday Addams. Oh. It's not gonna end well. Actually... yeah, it's not gonna do much for me. I mean, that could have been worse since I wasn't playing that particularly well. But, like, I did find that game more frustrating than I expected. Frustrating is not a word I normally use playing Dorfromantik. But, like, it just, like, I didn't get any, like, quests to work toward, and I just spent so much of that game just, like, stacking all these fields together. It made me feel stupid. I figured we could fit in 2 games. I don't think that's true, unless we play some sort of bonus round. Which, like, I don't, what does that look like? When you see said title, it'd have the train of thought. I wonder what Random Tuesday thought about Wednesday. I feel like there should be, like, an adjective for Wednesday for that sentence to have its full impact. I also said, and I missed it, gotta be honest, I thought Aubrey Plaza was playing Wednesday because it made sense in my head, and then I saw a clip and it was like, you are not Aubrey Plaza. That, yeah. I feel like on some level we all want that. Aubrey Plaza to play Wednesday Addams, even though, like, that doesn't make, like, a ton of sense. I don't know how many of these I can save, but I really like this janky river. Okay, we're probably not gonna finish this, or it's gonna be really dumb. What are our quests here? Collect a bunch of points, which we're not doing good at. Make 500 perfect placements. Form a village with at least 250 houses. Alright, that's our whole thing. The whole thing is that we're just gonna make one big village. Okay? Village run, go. All these stupid immediate quests. Where were these quests last time? No, I want you for the forests. Speak for the trees. Yeah, I guess that's not very good, huh? It just looks so bad. It just doesn't play nice anyway. That's fine. It's trees. Houses? Houses? Field? Trees? We're not trying to... These aren't... No perfect tiles at all, except by accident. I don't think I've ever played a game of Dorfromantik in this fashion. Field. Maybe I can connect those houses. It says, as much as I'm tired of edgy horror takes on kids stuff, I would love to see a Lorax movie where it goes all Predator on a logging camp. Only as long as it does that thing I really love is when you take like some old catchphrase or like innocent sounding turn of phrase and then like use it as your like zinger when you like blow something up in an action movie. Like, for some reason, I always love things along those lines. When you, like, take something that has, like, a really familiar context or something, and then you just, like, find some really, like, organic way to engineer it to mean something completely stupid and different. Hey, Neko. I mean, most of the stream is done, but we're still here. You did miss me complain about Andor, like, 5 times, though. So if you wanted that for some reason, I guess you'll have to watch the VOD. Or just, like, not. Like a sensible person. Kind of worked. That was actually a really stupid thing to do, though. We're playing, like, lightning round, because I don't want to end the stream yet, but we just finished a game that I didn't do very good at. Yeah, probably like this. I'd rather block this than the other one. I like Dorfromantik and tiny trains. We, like, barely got a second train at the end of the last one. We had 1 train that whole time. And I mostly did the stream so I could wear this engineer hat that my sister got me from Disney World. But, man, the camera doesn't like it. There's a specific word for, like, what cameras do when you, like, point them at zebra print or something. It's like moire or something. They do not like that. I kind of forgot that would be a relevant factor. Be a little interested to see how this lightning round turns out. This will take a little maintenance, but I think I like this. Yeah, I'll use that boat tile to patch that up because this is like an exactly 4. Oh wait, that's not gonna work, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Oh well. Oh, I'm already on another river tile. Yeah, sure, that's fine. It's a great gift. It is a great gift. I got lots of great gifts for Christmas. I don't know. Sure, I'll add 3 water tiles to this and then patch that up later, maybe? I don't know. Zoink Scoob. I mean, I really want to put this, like, here, but that's obviously not the right thing to do if I care about that quest, which I guess I do. Mega Forest. This is a close the field quest. I'd rather have... Well, I'm trying to make big town, right? Probably want... Yeah, I probably want, like, as many houses as possible. Ah, come on. One of these, like, Trident railroad things? That's not gonna do anything. I have none trains. I guess I have this. Yeah, I guess I have this. I don't know what to do with it. Thanks to something. We're putting together an amazing Lego set. Now the Lego doesn't exist anymore. There are skeletons in a dungeon and some magical things. We found a Lego turtle and we're making a Lego treehouse to put on his back. That sounds good. I had a weird dream last night where I ended up going to some sort of thrift shop and, like, a bunch of people were, like, trying to bully me into trying clothes and then, like, getting mad at me. For, I don't know. It was a really confusing dream, but it was not a good time. I remember the setting very clearly and, like, the people being, like, hostile towards me, and I'm like, that's... I get enough of that in my day job. Probably like that. I mean, I probably just don't want to connect that, really. Truly. Truly outraged. Come on with these railroad tracks. What do you think I'm gonna do with them with none trains? Who throws his shoe? I don't even have a tree quest anymore, so, like, it's not that important to, like, put that there, I guess. Might as well block this off. It just sounds rude. Man, I keep getting things that would, like, perfectly patch this up. I did just such a bad job here. At least it's giving me water so I can, like, try and fix that. Suppose I should probably just, like, this. At the very least, this might be an interesting test as to whether the game now wants you to complete quests before, like, giving you a normal number of quests, which I'm starting to think is, like, a thing that it did. Which would mean I have to, like, deal with all those water quests. I'll connect those later. I like the way that looks. Okay, new field quest. That's fair. Potentially indicative of that thing I suggested. I'll do it like this. I feel like I should recognize that weird sound it made, and I don't, and it was unsettling for some reason. I don't know, man. More Plains quest, which I got after finishing the water quest. I think there's something to this. I don't know if that was in patch notes I missed from like 2 years ago or something. Ooh, sure. I mean, I would love this train station if I had like trains, which I don't. It's just wet. Unless we could close off the river? I don't know about that. One house. Sure, I guess. Oh, you want exactly 12? Well, I got bad news for you. I don't care, because I want a big town. Like, not a third of the way there. That actually works. In theory, I could wrap the train around that will never materialize. I don't really care about this. 17 water, huh? I guess. 18 water, huh? Sure. 85 plus houses. Oh, I see. I see what went wrong there. I want to connect this for aesthetic reasons, but that's literally one too many houses. That works, though. Trees do nothing. The trees do nothing for me. Trees, I need you to calm down. Close enough. Don't quote me the price if I don't have the time on these railroad tracks. I ain't got no trains. As usual, you can't watch 10 minutes of me playing without wanting to play. I get that. I regret to inform you that on Steam, this game costs $13.99 US, which is still a fair price for it. But I can't just say that it costs $9.99 on Steam anymore. So it is, like, lightly disappointing in that way. I guess. Probably like that. Oh my god, these train tracks with no trains. You're killing me. Sure. Finally, the forest for the trees. Oh, I know you own it, Neko. I'm just saying. When you talk about viewers at home playing it, I feel like it's an opportunity for me to chill, but I can't use the old pitch anymore because it costs different. This is probably fine, right? Because I can easily connect those, in theory. In theory. Like, not with this, per se, because that doesn't do that, but, like... Yeah, sure. New field, huh? I guess. I'm just mad at, like, don't give me all these railroad pieces if you won't give me any trains. Like, you understand how rude that is, right? Well, I guess he gets to stay awake all night because of the windstorm. Is it Jackie Chan, Cotillion? Is it Jackie Chan who gets to stay up all night? Yeah, I was waiting for this. Sure, that's fine. I don't know what I'm doing here. Also, I'm starting to think that lightning round is actually like the preferred way to play this game after some amount of adjustment to how it works. So maybe this doesn't go quickly. I wonder how long it will take to get Villager. Let's just never line up. Just never line up. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. It could connect, in theory. Why not? That looks terrible. What is the lightning round? It was just me, I wanted to start a new game, and it was basically just like, don't really try to do perfect tiles, just try to accomplish one goal, which is like, make big town. But like, I'm still trying to like, finish quests so I have enough tiles to do it. And I'm getting the impression, and this could be highly anecdotal, And I'm getting the impression that the game has been adjusted so that it, like, stops giving you quests if you don't finish other quests. And I got, like, some stinker quests on the last game and, like, was getting no new quests, and I felt like I ran out of tiles really fast. I think that might be related, but it might have just been bad luck, or maybe I'm just bad. Or some combination of those various ideas. Man. I like the windmill by the train tracks with no trains on it. Now hold on, let's not jump the gun. We didn't get confirmation from Cotillion who is the person who is going to be kept up by the windstorm. My guess is still Jackie Chan. I don't know that that's correct, but it's the first name that comes to mind. Forest. Sure. Train station. I don't know, man. Train station by the windmill? Why not? Forest. Like the river loop? Yeah, thanks. I like how that looks. We did something similar on an old stream, I think. This also would have worked well there. I'm trying to close off. God, look how terrible that looks. It's amazing. Should probably use this, like, here would make the most sense, I think. I want this, and then, like, literally any partial water tile will make this, like, a functioning little biome. Just, like, tag it onto there when something works. In the meantime, now I've got this going. You know, connect those fields together and maybe try to snake the river up there. Houses! That's not gonna work here. But it's lightning round, so it's gonna work here. This one, I guess? I don't care. Boat. Would this achieve the goal? No, that's too many. Okay, so the boat gets to go here. Forest. Yeah, sure, that is fine, I guess. This should work. What? Oh, that's why. I wanted to connect the houses, but then the water doesn't touch. That's fine. I did it. Still have a goal of making the biggest train track ever and filling it with trains. Yeah, it's like the main reason you would want to play this game. It's an exaggeration, but like obviously you want trains and the game doesn't generate enough of them. It's a known problem. It's like an actual bug with the game. I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure that that's not true, but it's basically true. You and I know it. 2 houses. 2 houses where the field doesn't touch the houses. That sounds right. Put that there. Making a train nightmare up here for if I ever get a train. Ooh. Sure, you might as well have like a loop to go in one side of the water train station and out the other. This area is great. It'd be better with a train. Houses. Connect them. Now, like this run I'm getting like only train pieces that have like too many exits. whatever, it's fine. Oh, but it wants like exactly the right number of train tracks, which like could become a problem. That's a shame. Sure. Wait. Oh! It's actually a little swan lake. I was like really confused because it would let me put that there because it shouldn't work if it's not water, but it was water, so it worked. Sure. Let's keep connecting houses. Sure. So I can't do this. God, it's just too much anyway. I'm gonna put this somewhere else. I don't want infinite train branches with no trains. Sure. I'd rather have, like, infinite trains and no branches. That's, like, a much better distribution of train economy. Sure. Sure. Do now need enough water tiles to get that swan lake. I think I might technically not have that. Peter the one staying up all night because of the windstorm? It's a good question. The world may never know at this rate. Yeah, I mean, I guess the train can follow the river in theory. I don't think that properly picks up on OBS because of my mic settings, which are bad. Maybe the field will snake down here. It won't. I still have no trains. I just need you to understand this. But if I ever close off that forest, I'm gonna have infinite tiles. In your dream it was Christmas again and you want to make Christmas dinner again? Well, you can make Christmas dinner again if you really want. But they might not sell Christmas tinner again for some time. That's good enough. Sure. Don't have any turkey or tiny sausages. Oh no, we're in pagoda territory. I mean, those sound like things you could in theory get. I'm not saying that you need to go to the trouble or whatever. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like it's in the realm of possibility, maybe. Sure. What that river? I remember the last time I like legitimately earned a bonus tile from finishing a ghost square, because I feel like they only show up at like weird places I can't get to the last several times I played this game. Oh man, I don't care with this tile. Sure, give me those. Surprisingly hard to find turkey out of season. Yeah, I mean, frankly, in the US, like, that's probably true if you want, like, a whole turkey. I'm pretty sure that's true if you want, like, a whole turkey. Well, you don't want to, like, oven bake and stuff, just like a stack of deli turkey? Does that not, evoke the Christmas spirit? Why are they putting all those fields there? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, you can also console yourself, Neko, with the recognition of the fact that Christmas is coming. Right? Like, the only time Christmas isn't coming is when it's here. Any turkey at all, even apart from turkey bacon. That seems weird to me. That sounds weird to me. And I don't know anything about anything. Especially food. That sounds weird. Some place I want this? Kind of specifically wrong. That's fine. Train station. It's kind of too close to that other train station. Can't connect it here because I closed off the late. I guess I could connect it, like, here or something. That doesn't seem very exciting. All I really want to do is, like... Well, I guess it could count as, like, just a water stop. It's probably my best use for it. So many houses. So you're saying in theory you would just like make Christmas deli turkey, huh? I respect that. Worked extra hard for Christmas this time. Your brother came over and made full vegetarian Christmas dinner, including mushroom Wellington with homemade puff pastry and vegetable stock with roasted vegetables for vegetarian gravy. That is a lot of work, I presume, not knowing very much, but understanding enough to know that sounds like a lot. I want as weird a shape for this as I can get. Puff pastry took 9 hours to make. Did you do it from scratch? I thought puff pastry was the kind of thing that some chefs even did, like, pre-made. I don't know why I have that false information. Like, at all. This big one probably wants like this. This situation. Sure. Sure. What's that? New person, I'm having difficult reading on the screen. Carl Cinco, thank you for the follow, Carl Cinco. I hope you are enjoying this, which hopefully passes as Dorfromantik. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm playing, I guess you could call it, extremely casually. I don't intend to stream too much longer. I did. I got the swan thing. Collect 120 points with a single tile placement. Does that mean that you set one tile that sets off 6 perfect tiles? Is that true? Anyway, I got a thing. I'm excited. I got something. Hmm. Don't really like have a place for this. Been lurking for a while. Played this game over 200 hours. I'm honestly not sure how much of this I've played. Most of what I've played of this game has been on stream. I'm a big fan and proponent of it, and usually tell everyone watching to buy it. At this point, I think anyone who's watching has probably bought it, but I still tell people to buy it. I was really excited when my brother told me over Christmas that he bought it because he saw a VOD of me playing it. Because I'm like, yes, everyone should be playing this, including you. Where does it go? It fills the void. Forest. But I kind of want to close off the forest. Actually, I very much want to close off the forest. Kind of. I kind of very much want to close off the forest. How long have I been streaming for? I started 3.5 hours ago, roughly. Unless you mean, like, years. In which case, I started whatever years. Strong Week didn't happen because of the family emergency. Which was, like, 2015? 2014? 2014? So when I said the game stops giving me quests when I don't finish old quests, does that include closing off forests? I have two answers to that. One, I don't literally know that to be true. I'm experimenting and probably mostly just salty that I'm doing badly. And two, I don't know. Maybe. If I had to stake a guess based on my anecdotal feelings, it may reduce the rate at which new quest tiles are given, but probably not by as much as fully open quests, but I think all of that is made up. 2014. That is a long time. I might be mistaken, because I just feel like I've been streaming for a really long time and haven't properly kept track of it. I could go and figure it out, but it would take me a while. Side quests aren't considered when the game wants to give you new quests. Oh, Carl Cinco knows things I don't know about the game. Also, I clicked outside the window. So that's good to know, I guess. So what's the best use of, like, a bunch of forests? Just connect them to some other forests, probably? Something like that? I don't know. Wet. Wet quest. I think that's houses? I don't want that. I think I want that. Maybe I want this down here? I mean, probably not. But the houses touch, so... Oh, that's interesting. The game considers how many active quests you have and considers how large your world is. So I think it's probably the case that it was always doing that, and that I've just been, like, for some reason or other, closing fewer quests, and thus getting poor results. This is my assumption. Well, do I want to add to this forest? Guess I've decided no. Yeah, why not? And some weird wet shapes. For some reason I can't middle... There, okay. Do I want that? Or would I just think that I want it because I couldn't have it? I don't think it's wet. I don't think that's a wet tile. It's too much water. I guess I could connect it near the forests. It's purple over here. Current playthrough is about 25 quests, but very large with 250,000 points. You're not kidding around. You know what you're doing there. I don't remember what my highest score is. It felt pretty good at the time. I don't think it's particularly good now. Guess I need a train station up here. I wish I knew that had been there earlier. Seed playthroughs in the millions. Yeah, I'm definitely not good enough for that. I feel like I haven't gotten house tiles in, like, quite some time. I don't really know where it should go. You know, I'm gonna be honest. Hot take, I don't love the pagoda-style houses. I don't think I hate them, but I don't think I'm as excited about them as I should be. Swan Pond. It always feels so loud. Let's close that off. Vote. I don't know why I put that there. That seems reasonable. Oh, you're currently #1 on the leaderboard for the monthly mode. Well, congrats, Carl Seiko. You're like a Dorfromantik celebrity, which is a pretty awesome thing to be. I really enjoy, this is an extension of something we were talking about earlier, but like, it's really nice to play smaller games, because like, then cool stuff like this happens. Like, if I was playing like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, you think like the person who's in the leaderboard for competitive warfare mode? I don't know shooters at all. But you think that person would just show up and be like, hey, I'm having some moderate amount of fun watching your stream, and also I'm way better at this game than you. You'd probably get like a lot of that second part, but like not the first part. Yeah, I don't know much about like the Dorfromantik community, but I'm glad that they are chill, because it is such a chill game, and I like to think that is like an extension of that. Yeah, close enough. No, the water tower shall go up there. Sure. That worked pretty well. Oh, that's cool. You'd stream Dorf on your channel and just and just have really impressive numbers. I dig it. I should check that out sometime. How long is a game that takes you... How long does it take you to get up to, like, 250,000? Are you, like, super crazy fast at placing tiles, or are you, like, super careful? Or is it, like, a combination since you've been playing so long? Where do I want train to go? I mean, first I'd love to have a train. I don't know, man. The game is too afraid to end for Carl. I believe it. Kind of like the vibe that the game is giving with these tiles. It's just sort of taking its own shape. I ain't doing nothing. Sure. Sure. Pretty good. Ledger, 183 out of 250. Ugh. You have 43 hours in the 250,000. I was somehow expecting like a smaller number because you were referencing million point games. Those are all such big numbers. 17 plus? I don't know. That's fine. Well, house gets to face the field. Oh, we want one field, huh? Snooty field quest. See how it is. Probably should end soon. This is one field. Never had a world with 1,000,000 points, but known players who do, and they have hundreds of hours in single playthroughs. It's hardcore. Seems fine. Really what I want. Put this... Yeah, I'm not surprised that, like, make every tile perfect is sort of like a core tenet of long playthrough. I've definitely had... Historically, I've had more success doing that. The last couple times I've played, I don't think I've been as focused on what I'm doing, and I've ended up with weird results. Sure. Gonna use you to close off. Something up here. Does this connect anything? Arguably. Yeah, I really like how bad that looks. I don't know why, I'm on this weird kick tonight where it's like, yeah, I want it to look like trash. I just want it to look real stupid. That's interesting. Don't sacrifice perfect tiles to fulfill quests. That feels less obvious. Just doesn't really connect, huh? Sure. Yeah, and time sure flies playing this game. I guess that's how you end up with hundreds of hour playthroughs, huh? Fine. This is... What's happening over here? Kind of feels like an Among Us character, like, flailing his arms like Kermit the Frog. I mean, I could close this field. It actually wouldn't be too hard to do. I wish I had rotated this differently. Let's close some other part of the big forest. See, not the train one, so that's good that I did that. Speaking of train, didn't I have some place I wanted to put this? Where was that? Where did I want this? Where was the place this was supposed to go? Who knows? I'm gonna do this just to close off the forest, even though that looks terrible. Among Us characters don't have arms. I know, that's why it's so sus. When you stream Dorf, Carl, how long do you stream for? I don't presume it's the entire playthrough of one of your worlds, considering their length. It's okay. Whatever. Sure. Just a couple hours in your playoff stream. Yeah, that makes more sense. I have no place where I want this to go because I need one field. Oh, I remembered where the train station was supposed to go now. Whoops. Vibe River. Tiles just go where the whims take them. Sure. For some reason, this track in particular has kind of like a somber Silent Hill vibe to me. It's more ominous than the others. Sometimes you just go into a meditative state. Yeah, I get that. Like that would be hard for me to do while streaming because of how I feel about the importance of contributing something to the game that you're playing. That's kind of just like my style. Definitely other ways to do it. Sure. Good, more houses. I think the Dorfromantik board game may still only be in Germany. Someone's telling me, I think Ditto said that they played it at the convention was like in Philly, not like a few months ago or something, and like all the instructions were in German at the time. Oh hey, a single field. I needed that. It's gonna close this, right? I think you mentioned that like the board game is like cooperative, which is like unexpected but kind of interesting. Or at least like possibly cooperative. You may be able to do it single player. I don't know. Miss Toasty, thank you so much for the bits. Here, I haven't done one of these. That took a minute. I don't know what to do with the train tracks. I guess this, so maybe I can connect the field? Who knows? Yeah, I'm not really going for a high score, and yet I already have, like, roughly my score of the previous game, which took most of the stream, so, you know. Something to be said about that. Something most likely unflattering and fair. Sure. I have some place for this. Here, take that. Probably cap one of the thousands of forest outlets. Like that. I don't know what I'm doing with any of my trains. I feel like I have no purpose without actual, like, trains on the tracks. Thanks for stopping by, Carl. Have fun streaming tomorrow. Good luck getting to millions of points. Yeah, it's like another thing that I probably gotta do at some point is, like, make my bot better. Moobot sent me a message during the start of yesterday's stream being like, they changed how permissions work, please fix me. I was like, oh. I didn't know that you were self-aware enough to do that. Okay. would literally have a higher score than my previous game where I was trying. I'm not really trying now. Perhaps it is a valuable future insight about the nature of quests that Carl seems to corroborate. Carl, Master Dorf. Dorf Master? Kind of like Master Dorf. Toshin says, Uba, thanks for fixing me. Now connect me to the Amazon AWS server in Sakwa, Georgia, as an admin by 3523. That seems like that's coming soon. Sure, you can connect there. I really kind of just like sticking the river wherever the game tells me. It's had a good effect. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Put these together? They are. Is there a better way to do that? There aren't. Is that conjugated correctly? It won't. Alright. Oh, I forgot there was a water quest on that river. I kind of thought it was all over here. These are going to be much harder to do. Pleasantly surprised to see the stream going. That's a nice thing to say. Also, the stream really probably shouldn't be going. I don't know what's happening there. Just have fun. Speaking of sentient AI, ChatGPT now writes malware quite convincingly and can write AV software to detect ChatGPT malware. I only partially understand that sentence and it troubles me. Both the lack of full understanding and the actual understanding I do have. It's like really not giving me like a whole lot of houses, which I kind of wasn't doing last time, which I felt like was part of the problem. It's all closed off. All fields go here. That's not actually connected to anything. It says at Christmas I got my brother into a ghost hunting game. Is it... What's the one that's popular that I've only tried watching a couple of times and didn't understand at all? Phantasmophobia or something? Also started putting invisible watermarks in ChatGPT generated text so they don't accidentally put AI generated text into datasets that they use to further train AI. Oof, that's another sentence I mostly understand and am troubled by. Got there. Good enough. I want this. Did I finish Wet Quest? I mean, part of me really wants to put this there, but then I won't be able to finish Wet Quest. Sure. Oh god, why am I still streaming? This is the problem with Dorf. If there's one problem with Dorf, it's this. It's that I want to stream Dorf, and then I inevitably reach a point where I'm like, I'll play a little more Dorf. And then it's like tomorrow. I think this is a better Dorf than my other Dorf. Phasmophobia has a Christmas event where you can feed cookies to ghosts and summon Snow and Santa. That sounds pretty good. It's like my hat's from another dimension. What makes you think it's not, Zacula? Is this enough water to continue wet quest? Arguably. It won't look very good. I'll use this for houses instead. Why not? Gotcha, I'm a fed. Hand over the interdimensional hat. Is that how any of that works? I mean, I guess you're the fed, so... just have to take your word on it. Is there any way that this solves my problem? I thought it might, but I think it's... the angle's like really slightly off. Alright. Alright. Do you like this new style of play where instead of just being mad about Andor, I just stare at something for a second, I'm like, yeah, I'll put that there. You also like whatever's happening here, where I just keep connecting like two houses together and indefinitely. Moo. Cow noises seem much louder than all of the other noises. Even as there's still forest I'm supposed to care about. Here? And then next to it? I think? Oh, and like over here? Oh, okay. I think I'm actually pretty close to finishing the town quest, which was the main thing I wanted to do, and I'm running out of tiles, so maybe I'll actually stop playing at some point before I die. I don't know, man. I guess I should probably put this, like... my foot's asleep from something. Sure. That's exactly 20. Now, for some reason... oh yeah, I, like, literally can't connect it to there anyway. Whoops! That's not too bad. I mean, I'm not finishing it regardless, but that's not too bad. I think I just need, like, one more tile to finish that off, but I'm probably missing something. Forests are, like, the hardest thing to close off in this game. I don't think anyone agrees with me, but, like, anytime I play this game, that's, like, the hardest thing. I just always leave those going, like, completely indefinitely. Wet quest. I could put that there, but I don't want to. Can't put that there, so I won't. How many do I need? 2 houses. I have good news for me. This is replaced by... close 50 field groups with at least 10 fields total. Well, I'm not doing that here. Let me tell you what. Let's see if I can close out the forest with the last tile, though. I finished analyst. I wasn't paying attention to what that meant. Also, that gave me 20 tiles. You have a hard time closing rivers off. That's pretty fair. By their nature, they're kind of hard to seal up. But I've started getting a little better about that. Look at this little thing that I did. That's kind of nice. It has its own boat. I have no trains. I've been playing this specific game for an hour, and I have a higher score than, like, my last 2 games, and no trains, which is, and this is true, scientifically provably hot garbage. Does this solve my weird thing? I wonder if Carl has any trains in his 40-plus hour game. No, I don't think he has any trains, to be honest with you. And that's not a knock on him. I think that's just the rate at which you get trains, you know? This is such trash. I don't want to just close off this field now that the game's, like, making fun of me. Okay, now I'm going to put the train station where it has to go. Which is here. This is the place it's supposed to live, and it's supposed to have lived the whole time. Wrist. Maybe 5 est if we're lucky. Sure. Many quests have been completed. 1 or 2. Or like, you know, 4 simultaneously. With a single tile or something like that. Wet tile. Contribute to wet quest 2023. I get myself in the habit of acknowledging the actual year. I mean, it does undersell the excitement of me wearing my train conductor hat that there are no trains. That much is for certain. I was a little concerned that I wouldn't get any trains at all during this stream, but I got 1 last time, so at least I had a reason to put on the hat. I don't know, man. A secret tile? Probably not. You could try. Still kind of want to put these in the big town, though. I mean, in theory, I should probably put these in this town, because this is a secret tile that we found earlier. We did get a swan tile. Swan Lake something. I think that's just trees all the way around. Sure. Oh, not like that. No. Wet quest. No, we finished wet quest. It's a waste of tile. Sure. Castle? Well, now I wish I could do that. I want castle. But, I mean, if I could connect the trees... So if I use this one field somewhere over here, then I get 5 tiles. Which aren't super helpful, probably. Next milestone would be like 14 fields, which isn't happening. I'm just like 2 forest tiles away. That's sad, I wanted the castle. I mean, this ended up pretty good, but I had no trains, so I feel like we just, like, completely whiffed this game. I also didn't get a castle, so, like, I feel kind of bad about that. Anyway. I hit a Squirtle somewhere on the couch behind me. It's super late. Guess where the Squirtle is. Do it, now. Do it now. Mom, why are you still awake? Get some sleep. I shouldn't be up. I have to get up early tomorrow because I accomplished nothing today. I had to get some cute bows. But I got like 1 train between 2. No, I did get 2 trains, but I got the second train like 10 tiles away from the end of the first game, which like barely counts. Yeah, I tried to display as many of the new things as possible from yesterday. I think. Am I missing any? I think they're pretty much there. Thanks for watching, Miss Toasty, and to everybody. And thanks, Demolition, for gifting some subs and some bits, and Miss Toasty for your generosity as well. You're still up, and it's 7. And you're still gonna be up later. When do you normally get up, Ice Bunny? You're still up only because you just got up. I mean, that's cheating, but also fair. That's like fair cheating. So when am I ever gonna play Pokemon if I stream Dorfromantik for 9 hours? Like get up at 9? At 9 like PM? It seems like you're normally up in the middle of the night. I don't know if that's just on weekends. My sleep schedule on weekends is also typically pretty weird. Oh, 9 at night. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, where were guesses? Get in your guesses. I'm gonna go look for Squirtle. It's late. Help me. Under octopus. Under poo. Behind lobster. Oh, you're still up waiting for Brother DeGamer to get back from LAX. Their flight landed at 9:02. Why? When he gets there, tell him that Vasco says why. And don't convert my name. Just tell him that and see what he says. Ow! I sat weird and now I'm uncomfortable. Alright. We're gonna do this. Quick. Also, a couple people commented. This is a new shirt I got for Christmas. It's got Wally and Eve doing their space dance, but in kind of like Van Gogh style. It's really cool. It's similar to like years ago on Doctor Who, they had a big plot point that was like this weird Van Gogh painting where like the TARDIS was exploding, but it was all like done in the style of Starry Night. That I thought was really cool, to the point that I owned 2 copies of a shirt depicting that image, but they were both so poorly made that I wore through both of them in less than a year. But now I have this, so that's fun. Alright, thanks. Someone guess behind Lorenzo. He's hiding. The family Carlos. There's Big Carlos, who is Clawsome, and Little Carlos, and Littlest Carlos. Little and Littlest Carlos. They're very little. Right, it's the Clawsome family. Why is that not a cartoon? Someone fund it. I guess behind Brown Bear. Brown Bear was hiding Pusheen Narwhal, both cat and narwhal, but not Squirtle. I remember not liking that episode. The individual episode I thought was medium, but I really liked the image and the weird prophetic concept of the painting. Um, there guesses. I regret that I only remember one other guess, which was that Neko had guessed under this angry octopus. And boop, there he is. That's Squirtle. Pooh. What is under Pooh? Santa Pooh was hiding the boon. Yes, I hid Squirtle in the octopus to demonstrate that I could hide Squirtle inside the octopus. He's got kind of like a lot of storage in there. You can see his rage face. Congrats to Neko for finding the secret Squirtle. Sorry for being weird. It's late, and I really wanted to get up early tomorrow, so I should stop streaming. Thanks to everybody for watching. I will try to get Stray set up for next week, and maybe figure out a poll for what is most preferred to do after that. It seems like there's generally interest in most of the things I mentioned, but I did not get a sense of what thing would be most desirable. But nope, that's the whole thought. Everybody have a great rest of the weekend. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And I hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, take care of yourselves and be cool people like I know you to be. And also, like, check out my sister. I don't have a shout out because I'm an idiot who doesn't have a good mod bot because I don't like anything. Funny Godmother, she's streaming tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific. She's playing some Pokemon Violet. I imagine you will enjoy it. You might also enjoy the puppet time. But, you know, you do you. Thanks again. Everybody's cool. Have a great night. Goodbye.